let you grab it. Are we ready?
I actually invited, I didn't see the police chief, they wanted to come out. I haven't heard anything yet, but they're more than welcome. Now, when we speak, where we speak for? Oh, okay, I haven't been to this board meeting in years, so I was like, I don't know. So I would have to contact them as well as like the community event. Yeah.
Can we like not mirror it right now? Okay, so. Okay.
The regular meeting for the Judson ISD Board of Trustees is hereby called to order at 6:01 p.m. I'm very pleased that you have taken time to join us this evening. As the Judson Board of Trustees, we are here to set goals and policies and oversee the management of the district. We are responsible for approving budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and to listen for reports from our superintendent. We are not here to make administrative or management decisions pertaining to the daily operation of the district. That is the responsibility of our superintendent. In compliance with state government code on open meetings, tonight's agenda has been appropriately posted. This is a meeting in public and not a meeting of the public. As our guest, you are welcome to observe and listen. These proceedings are being video and audio recorded and will become part of Judson's permanent legal record. In order that the tape adequately reflect these proceedings, please silence your mobile devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings are recorded accurately, I may have to ask for order periodically should I notice that disruptions are interfering with our recording capabilities. Once again, I extend a sincere welcome from the entire school board, and thank you for your interest into Judson ISD. At this time, I'm going to establish roll call, and just give me 1 second for it to pop up on the screen. Okay. And Deborah, Miss Eaton, I moved you on this side, so pop over here, your thing is over here. My apologies. We've established a quorum, and we'll go ahead and take any recognitions at the moment.
I think we do invocation and the pledge.
Okay.
If we could all please rise for the invocation. Dear Heavenly Father, we come together again, saying thank you. Thank you for another opportunity to come together as a board and make decisions and do what's best for the community of Judson ISD. God, as we go into this new school year, I'd ask that, again, you place a hedge of protection around the parents, the students, the faculty, the staff. Guide us, God, keep us safe, and allow us to do well, to have a remarkable year this year. All these things we ask and pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Please remain standing for the presentation of the United States colors, presented by the Wagner High School National Color Guard Team, led by Chief Michael Good, Master Sergeant Dudley. And today's color guard is commanded by Cadet Major Leilani Rodriguez, who is carrying the U.S. flag. Right guard for the U.S. flag is Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Tyler Norman. The Texas flag is being carried by Cadet Staff Sergeant Emmanuel Guzman. Left guard for the Texas flag is Cadet Sergeant Major Juliana Menchaca. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Order, arms. Center, face. Close. Color guard, hold. Ready, step. Ready, move. Close. Ready, step. Center, face. Reset, arms. Order, arms. Center, face. Forward, march.
You may be seated. And if we could ask our color guard to come back into the room to take a photo. And if we can give our students a big round of applause for a great job. Thank you so much.
The only thing is it was hotter today.
All together a little bit closer now. Big smiles in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you so much. We do have one special recognition this evening. I would like to introduce to you Carla Puentes. She's coming up right now. Miss Carla. Carla is a proud 2023 graduate from Veterans Memorial High School and was a 4-year cosmetology student and was one of 3 students who earned her cosmetology operator's license by December of her senior year. Pause for applause. She competed in the aesthetics competition with Skills USA, and here were her results. She won first place in district area, She won first place at the state level. But that's not all. This summer, she went to nationals in Atlanta, Georgia, and she won third place in Skills USA. With only Florida and Georgia ahead of her by just a few points. Just a little background while she's taking some photos. Carla got interested in competing in Skills USA because of her encouragement from her teachers. She and others were informed that by competing in the Career and Technical Student Organization, they would be using the skills and knowledge they were learning in the classroom to compete against other cosmetology students around the city, and with lots of preparation, they would advance to Skills USA State, which she did. Through this encouragement, Carla was inspired to work even harder to prepare for these competitions. Carla was competing among the very best in her event, but she knew inside she could win and bring home a medal, which she did. Carla has enrolled at Lakeview College, where she plans to pursue her business degree and continue working at the JCPenney salon, where she has been employed for the last 2 years. In fact, the employment opportunity was afforded to her by being part of the Veterans Memorial Cosmetology Industry Advisory Committee, where she met her current salon manager. Carla, thank you so much for putting Judson ISD in such a positive light, putting us on the map at the national level, and most importantly, for your perseverance in being a model to other students in our district. Your Judson and CTE family are behind you. We cannot wait to see what you have planned ahead for your future. Thank you so much. And I would also like to introduce her teachers that made lots of impact in her life, Mrs. Ellen Bradley and Mrs. Patty Alejandro. If you can come up as well.
Ready? Big smiles, everyone. In 3, 2, 1.
Congratulations again.
Okay, now we'll move on to acknowledgements of citizens to be heard. We do have 3 citizens that we'll hear for public address. The first citizen to be heard is Ms. Marilyn McKinney, GEA President.
Good evening. Prior to the beginning of the school year, I was told that Judson would not be offering T-test waivers to teachers. The principals had been informed that there would be no waivers this year. This gave me great concern because the T-test waiver is an item that costs you nothing, and it removes pressure from teachers, and it frees up administrators to focus on teachers who actually do need the support in the classroom. I'm very pleased to let you know that just this evening I was informed that the administration has revisited that decision, and they will be offering T-test waivers for the teachers who do indeed qualify for it and meet the criteria set forth by Judson ISD policy. I would like to thank the administration for the reconsideration of their decision. I would also like to thank the school board members for directing the administration to maintain a 21-to-1 ratio in the classrooms. You have no idea how elated the teachers in the building where I teach were when they looked at their class rosters. And they didn't see 23 and 24. They saw 19 or 20. You couldn't have given them a better gift. If you really want to impact education, you have to hire competent people. You have to allow those competent people to do their jobs. You have to provide them with the resources. And one of the ways you can do that is by cutting class size. That's the draw of the private school. That's the draw of the charter school, smaller class sizes. And you are, by meeting the 21-to-1 ratio, realistically competing with those sectors. And I would like to thank you on behalf of the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next citizen to be heard is Ms. Stephanie Tennis regarding campus security.
Hi, good evening, board. Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, and Dr. Fields. My name is Steph. Oh my gosh. My name is Stephanie Tennis. Can I give you a copy so if I can? All right. My name is Stephanie Tennis, and I'm the mom of 2 children at Olympia Elementary. A member of the Judson Growth and Planning Committee, PTO president, and volunteer who worked tirelessly, knocking on doors, holding signs, and educating voters to help ensure the safety and security bond of November 2022 was passed. I'm here to speak about this current safety situation in our schools, slow-moving action on the bond, and to advocate for our students, staff, and every person who walks through the doors of a Judson school. 9 months after passing the bond, some of the huge safety concerns are still not complete. There's nothing more important than our children's safety in school. In July of 2022, over 3,000 community members responded to a poll, and over 86% of them felt a safety and security bond should be on the November 2022 ballot rather than waiting until May of 2023. Last fall, I went door to door talking to people about the bond. I listened to countless taxpayers say they didn't trust Judson because we've messed up multiple bonds in the past. Many believed we would misuse the funds, it would take years to complete, or it would be done poorly. Each time, I assured people Judson was different now. We were better than we were before. We would be trustworthy with their tax money. At the beginning, it did feel different, but it doesn't feel different now. Our district is at a tipping point. We can either earn the taxpayers' trust by making these huge strides with Proposition A, or we can solidify what many already thought, that Judson will mess it up again. Please stop referring to securing our gyms as getting chillers. Referring to them that way minimizes the safety aspect. Our children's safety is compromised every single time they go to PE and are in an unsecured gym with large garage-style doors wide open. This is not about getting chillers replaced. It's about securing our buildings and protecting our children. As a parent, I am much more concerned about my children's safety at school than I am about the short-term disruption of installing equipment to secure the gyms. I prefer a short-term learning disruption due to equipment installation than having a lapse in security. There should be a tremendous sense of urgency to get these projects completed. Item 10C tonight is a discussion of an exemption to House Bill 3. Why would anyone want an exemption on safety?
Ms. Tennis, you have 1 more minute.
Okay, there are approximately 17 schools in our district, the gyms that can't be secured. I propose those schools be first to get resource officers. At this point, those campuses are already 1 layer behind. Tonight, if you choose not to comply with House Bill 3, these schools will be at least 2 layers behind on security. Each day, I drop my children, my most precious treasures in the world, off at school. I give them a hug and a kiss. tell them to work hard, be nice, and have fun. And I give them one more hug and kiss and a big smile and wave as they go into school. As I walk away from the school, I say a little prayer asking God to watch over them and keep them safe. The thing is, me and other families should be able to know that our children are safe because their school has badge readers. They can secure their entire building, including the gym, and they have a school resource officer. Tonight, as you discuss the bond in House Bill 3, it's imperative that there be a shift in momentum. Last November, the taxpayers spoke, and they made it very clear that safety is a top priority and needs to be addressed ASAP. There are no shortcuts, no cutting corners, no exemptions, and no bargaining when it comes to safety. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our final citizen for the evening to be heard is Mr. Brad Kessler, the City of Converse.
Howdy. Okay, you can hear me. Howdy. So I am representing on behalf our Parks and Rec Commission and the City of Converse. I'd like to bring an idea to you guys. I would love to joint partnership with Judson on creating a community event here at Judson High at the stadium parking lot, a once-a-month community car show, and I am actually putting on one next Saturday at our North Park in Converse. I think this would be a great, exciting, family-friendly event here in this community, and I would love to partner with Judson and have it at the stadium parking lot. I would love to have a monthly event. I can help run it and everything and put it together and put all the pieces, and I'm just really excited to kind of share a partnership with this new idea, this new little event that we're bringing to the community. I'm trying to make it quarterly or even monthly to get people to come out to enjoy just some of the interests of the community in small businesses, exploring and seeing a bunch of nice cars. I have a bunch of cars as well, and just having people to enjoy something that they could do on a Saturday morning, on the weekend here in town, and I want to extend out a new event to bring to this school district. And by the way, I'm class of 2015, so I did go to JLA and Judson High, great school districts. So I would love to extend an open arm relationship and see if we can possibly make this happen within the end of September or maybe at the end of October. I think this would be a really cool event to bring, a monthly car show. So far, right now, it's called Converse Cars and Caffeine, and I just want to bring the community out and just keep another family, fun, and friendly event. So I've brought a bunch of dealerships, so Porsche will be there, Volvo, Chevy, sheriffs, the Army recruiters. A lot of people are going to come to our park. And I said, I think if we have a really big turnout, I think it would be great to have it at the high school stadium parking lot, and we could bring all those sponsors and partners to come there instead. And I think it's much better, it's safer, it's right in the middle of town. And so this is one of the events that I would love to work together with Judson. So you guys are doing a great job. I'm excited to potentially bring a community event where we can work together, Parks and Rec and Judson ISD. So I'm excited. Just look forward to it, and yeah, something to give on the weekend, once a month, bunch of cars. Well, anyways, thank you. I know you can't comment back, but just an idea. I will probably send the info out to some of you folks and Judson High, and let's see if we can make this happen. So thank you.
Thank you. So our next agenda item is a very special moment. We took action on Tuesday to appoint a new trustee for District 2. And so as part of that process, today we have the honor of swearing in our new trustee so we can be a full team. And I'm very proud that Ms. Faulkner is representing Kirby. She's obviously a Judson, but Kirby has not had a physical representative in over 20 years. So it's good to have that here. But without further ado, we're going to begin that process of swearing her in. And I just wanted to say afterwards, we will take a 5-minute recess after the swearing in. So if we want to start.
Right hand.
Right hand. Right hand. Right. Right hand. Yes.
We're dancing. We're working on it. She doesn't remember what's right.
All right. Ready for your oath of office?
Sure.
Right. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, I,
Stephanie Faulkner, by the, repeat
in the
after-
name and by the authority of the state of Texas,
In the name and by the authority of Texas,
I
I, Stephanie Faulkner,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of Judson Independent School District,
of Judson Independent School District,
member of the Board of Trustees
member of the Board of Trustees
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve,
preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend the Constitution
and defend the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and laws of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just take pictures. Yeah.
So at that, we're going to take a 5-minute recess for photos and congratulations.
You are now. You are now. You are now. You are now.
Nice meeting you. So I'm on the Parks and Rec, and yeah, I look forward to having a monthly event at y'all's school. Right, that's, you know what, Lord, I could maybe send the details or.
I didn't remember about the two people that are allowed to. And so I was like, oh, that's so nice.
So I have people where just started this car show, and I'm the one kind of like
Well, I
leading
haven't.
it. So I'm
Walk me through
just
it.
curious if we move into the high school.
What's that?
How we could go about like safety and etc. Because y'all, this is Judson ISD's property, so it's not city property anymore. But I'd love to. Yeah. Okay, I'll be here. I'm in the gray shirt. Sounds good. Sounds good. It's exciting.
Hey, good job,
No,
man.
no, no. I'm
Yes,
excited.
sir.
I'm excited.
Make sure you check with the campus principal. He's the one that's gonna be the yay or nay on all that. So,
Okay.
Richard Mendoza over there.
Do they have an email online I could?
It should be R. Mendoza. If you go online to Judge, Terry's website,
Okay.
pull down the school, high school, it'll be him. And then
I'm excited. Hopefully we could bring this to. No, good seeing you. Good seeing you. I'm everywhere. I would love to bring this to the Judson ISD, the Judson campus, and maybe since you guys have your own officers, I wanted to talk about like safety and how we can kind of like handle it if it wanted conflict with any events on the
that's
high
why
school.
you gotta check with the
So,
Because he
and
may have something going on every weekend with Prince.
Oh.
And then you say, oh man, we'll go
it's okay.
But you just call him and let him know. He'll be able to say what they have and what they don't.
Okay, so we want to do. I want to do weekends, early in the morning, 8 to 10. Okay.
He'll let you know what he's doing. And usually it is, and once he says yes, you just tell him you want to sign up for that. And I don't even know if he's
Okay, that was another. So like for us, it's free our own parks. And,
I see this.
Presley.
Yeah, I'm a new education reporter. Yeah. So nice to meet you. I've been wanting to make an introduction.
You got it.
How long have you, been with the school district? Okay, congratulations.
Thank you. It's that one over there, right? Okay, thank you. Every time there's
Do you mind if I give you a card? Just, Okay. Beautiful. Thank you so much. I'm just trying to make some introductions. We only have 2 education reporters now. I think we're supposed to have a team of like 6, but it's hard. You guys know it's hard. Everyone. So I'm going to be covering Judson throughout the year, and I'm going to try to do it pretty closely because it's hard to. Only I've tried to. I would love to be.
That's who you got.
I've been bothered for the last 2 weeks.
I don't know how that works, but that's what I was kind of like.
Star exams and HPRs, so it's just a crazy time.
Like our council is like short. And I would love to. I want to do this month, or at least quarters, depending if y'all are very busy with events. So I want to try to do it early mornings, weekends, either on Saturday or Sunday. And I think Judson's starting I just had like a long email, kind of like the idea always.
Thank you.
Yeah, we had to make that little apron and handkerchiefs for the dad. Yeah. They wouldn't even let us take shots, and the boys couldn't take it.
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you cover stories? Oh, nice. I love that one. Thank you. I'll stick around a little bit more. I'm curious to see how everything goes. But yeah, exciting. I've been interviewed by Express News every fair. They were fair. I ran for office in the past, so they sat out with me. They like my
like to call us back into the board room at 6:34. And again, welcome, Ms. Faulkner. Your name is up. You're ready to go. So, but we'll go ahead and move forward with the superintendent report. We do need to look at letter A, construction report.
Yes, sir. We handed out the usual construction report that we handed out last month. It's going to look a lot like it did last month. Construction doesn't go real quick. I would tell you that there's some other things that I asked Mr. Guidry to cover in terms of the 2016 bond, and then we can get into the 2022 bond a little bit later on, or we could have Dr. Gosh come up and speak a little bit about the technology, safety, and security stuff related to that. But if you could go over the 2016 bond specifically.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Dr. Fields, Board of Trustees. So as Dr. Fields mentioned, not much has changed from the last month's construction report, but I do want to touch on a couple items. So as far as the
2016?
The 26, on the Candlewood Elementary Phase 2, there was a question on that.
Oh.
Last month, yes, sir. Last month, we were about 60% complete on the documents. We are now at 90. At this point, we're just expecting the bid documents by the end of the month. Contractor selection, staff recommendation will be presented to the board next month's board meeting. Some of the projects that are included in Phase 2 are ADA compliant room signage, replacement of some sewer lines, minor library expansion, relocation of clinic and lounge, and life skills modifications. As far as the chiller is concerned at Candlewood, there is going to be a chiller replacement. That contract to move forward with that was done in February. It went to the board for approval. Boiler replacement is complete, and the chilled water lines that we have to connect prior to the chiller will be installed in September. Chiller has been ordered, so this is one of them items that we have ordered. Previously, it's taken a while for it to come in. So the chiller that's been ordered, we're not expecting it to arrive until January 2024. Another question we had was on the Coronado Village canopy. The design is ongoing. We're about 60% complete. What is happening is there is a contractor or the engineer is having to run some soil tests. So once we receive the core samples, we're going to provide the information to the structural engineer. At this point, design will be finalized, and we're looking for that project to be complete by the spring of 2024. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Gentry, is that because of the weight of that cover that they have to
Yes, ma'am.
go back
I
and test
believe
that
so.
soil again?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we won't have the problem we had like with the tracks?
We should not, no, ma'am.
Okay.
And again, so you're right, that's why they have to go back and do those core samples on that.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. So on the Judson Pack Theater equipment, we have requested for the competitive seal proposal. That was issued in July 21. The contractor selection and staff recommendation will be presented to the board next month as well on that. Wagner High School, no change there. If you get a chance to drive out there, all you're going to do is see dirt. So there's not much that has changed out there. The Wortham Oaks traffic signal, it's ongoing. It's currently in design by a consultant at this point, which is MTR. We will be responsible for the installation, and once we install, Bexar County is going to maintain. So we'll install it, and Bexar County is going to maintain it. Once we receive the final documents, we'll begin the bidding process. The portables over at Wortham Oaks, we received the certificate of occupancy from the fire marshal, so we're good. We'll be able to use that for this year. Veterans High School Parking Addition and athletic fields. So at this point, if you get a chance, if you drive out there, you're going to see a detention pond in the front of the school. So that area is what picks up all the water, the drainage, so they're having to fix that. So what's also happening, again, Veterans Memorial High School parking lot addition, which includes, again, the detention pond, which is part of the parking lot addition, a new marching pad, which will be behind, and new football field and grandstands and turf. That, we are expected the project to be complete by March of 2024. Elementary number 21, if you recall last month, we brought the first phase of the schematic design, so that is still happening. So we'll continue that process. So the architects will come and show another design, and once we get that finalized, we should be good to go. So we anticipate going to the board for that. Final approval will be in February, so we can start that process. And at this point, the timelines are still good for middle school 6 and elementary school number 21. Copperfield transformer, that was another question. So we are in the process of finalizing the documents, and then we'll proceed with the notice of construction. So with this particular project, there's some exterior work that we can do, right? But once that chiller comes in, the transformer comes in, it should be in sometime in the spring. That will be the only campus that will have to probably shut down power, but in the summer. So that may be a campus that we may not have, or we will not have summer school on that site. But at the beginning of the start of the school year, it's going to be up and running, because it takes about 30 to 60 days to complete that process. But they will have air. Once they plug the lines in, admin will be there in the summer, so we should be good. But as far as kids are concerned, that project should be complete before the start of the school year. Hartman chiller replacement, negotiations are still going on. As a matter of fact, this week, so this is going back now, we're going back to the chillers. We found out by a Carrier, I believe. Was it Carrier, Ruben? Yes, Carrier, it's about 50 weeks until we could get that chiller to come in. So that's going to be a challenge right there. Again, middle school number 6, no change in construction. Another question was on the wraparound services. We've completed the installation of the portable units. We finished the building pad. The next step is our engineers currently working on the drawings for the infrastructure, right? So water, sewer, power, and data lines. So once we complete the drawings, we'll be issued to contractor for pricing. Once that is approved, we anticipate that to be complete by November of 23, in a couple months. And that is for the wraparound services over at Wagner High School. So on the 2016 bond, so there's about 22 projects that are either in design or either pending. So I'm going to go over just a couple, because if you think back at the 2016 bond, I believe there was about 185 something projects or something to that extent. So we have 22 projects again that are in design, which means that they're with the architect right now. 9 that are pending. So one of them was Converse. If you recall, at the Converse Amphitheater, that was one of the campuses that was part of the litigation. So we weren't able to do any work there until it was finalized. So it wasn't until December, actually, when we got the okay. So we're going to start beginning to work there. So I know Ruben and his team are going to start the process with that. Franz was part of the 2016 bond project, and what that included was outdoor parking and security lighting. So we are going to start that. The issue that we're having there is just trying to figure out where to run the electrical lines for the security lighting. However, we did put in a temporary lighting there, so we're actually good right there. But again, our team is in the process still trying to figure out how to run electrical lines to that part. Judson Middle School. So here's the issue here. So if you've driven out to Judson Middle School, you've seen the road, the construction in front of Judson Middle, Judson High. So we don't know when that project is going to be complete. So, for example, we're supposed to start working on our parking lot, but we don't want to start working on the parking lot, tearing it up, because what's going to happen is if we tear it up and we start repairing the parking lot there, the contractors may come in and tear it up again, so we're going to have to be doing double the work. So again, if you have an opportunity to drive out there in front of Judson Middle, you're going to see construction going on there, where that's going to inhibit our egress and ingress at that time. So again, the impacts the parking lot for asphalt, upgrade of life skills room, and signage in public entrances. Metzger Middle School, security vestibule, we've got our own architect, so we're awaiting the final draft. Then we're going to send that one out for bid. Woodlake Middle School, that was also on there. So that was a life skills, then add showers, so we're still waiting. So we got the issue here, I believe, Dr. Gillies may have to help me on this one because this is the one I'm not too clear on the Woodlake Middle School.
Basically, over at Woodlake Middle School, what was on the 2016 bond was to relocate the life skills restroom and shower. All of it is in the same room now, and the students are able to take care of what they need to, and the teachers are able to handle it with the shower and restroom being in the room. Once we determine that we're going to relocate it, that means that they would have to take away another room for them to build it somewhere else. Before we make that call, they said that they're sufficient where they are now. So now we're trying to determine, based on the student load and what we have available, whether or not we need to relocate it to another area. But before they take a life skills room from somewhere else or another room in that hallway, they'd rather wait because they're able to operate the way that they are now. And then in terms of the LED screen that you see on this list, we didn't want to do it at Wagner before we did it at Veterans or Judson. That's just going to be a problem. You know, one school having a big, neon light that, sign, and the other one still have the little stick-up things. So we're going to move to that, but we're trying to do it all at the same time. And in terms of the ADA signage, I would tell you that whenever you change the ADA signage at a campus, one of the final out processings is that they come in and do an inspection to make sure that you have ADA access everywhere. And over at Wagner, we've already started to move in that direction. They're going to come in and put up all the ADA signage, but at the end, they're going to say, okay, can I get from the front of the building to the back of the building without any problems in a wheelchair? Well, if you've ever been to Wagner, and on the front porch, so we're going to have to replace that once we finish that ADA signage. So, but we are going to start moving forward with that, and then we're going to have to come back with a recommendation on how we're going to get that done. But all of these things necessitate doing something else. So we're just trying to let you know that in terms of the 2016 bond, there are 23 things that have yet to be complete out of over 180 original requests for almost over $240 million worth of bonds. So to say that we're moving behind is, in addition, although the bond passed in 2016, we didn't sell the bonds until 2017. And then you typically have, and we sold all the bonds at one time, which we're trying not to make that same mistake now. Because when you sell the bonds, you have 5 years from when you sell those particular bonds from when you need to spend the money. And we can't do all of these things in a shotgun approach. In addition, there was a lag time of about 2 years there where you really couldn't get a lot of work done because we had COVID. So we asked for an extension on that. Now, I'm not trying to make excuses, but I think that we've gone a long way in getting over, 150, almost 160 of those projects completed. Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
On the Candlewood Phase 2, I didn't hear if there was a delay on that, some unforeseen delay.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
It's in design right now.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
I think just on these chillers, are the architects keeping in mind supply chain issues when they are designing? Does it have to be a Carrier air conditioner that we're putting in? There's a lot of manufacturers and they're, some have backlogs and some don't have 50-week backlogs. So, especially as we move forward with some of the projects that we'll talk about in a later agenda item, do we have our architects working on types of equipment and making adjustments so that we're not waiting 50 weeks on things?
I can tell you, not only are we looking everywhere, the chiller that's coming in, or I believe it's the compressor that's coming in for
Miller's Point.
Miller's Point is coming from Canada. So we've gone everywhere. We're not just looking for Carrier or Train either. We're just looking for someone who can send us a quality product that we can put on the
temporary
bill.
ones only last a couple months, and it's like at a very expensive cost. Well, if that lasts 2 months and it's gonna take 10 months,
Well,
and all of a sudden we're doing multiple temporary ones.
Absolutely correct. And I would also say that the compressor is just a part of a chiller. The chiller that we do have coming in from Candlewood is almost, it's over $250,000 structure. So, and that one's, I mean, it's not due in until December. So we're trying to program out and then if we have air in there now, we don't want to upset the apple cart by trying to just stop right now and get it done because we have to do it in the flow of the school year as well. So over the Christmas break would be a good time for Kenwood. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Oh, I thought you.
No, I was going to say, use your request to speak button on the next item if there's, but are there any other questions related to the construction?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Goodrick. So we'll go ahead and move to the preliminary STAR results, 3 to 8.
Definitely. Ms. Davis will come up. I'm sure that she's going to have a little bit of assistance from Dr. Saunders and Dr. Toppin. But what we've received is the preliminary results for the 3 through 8 on our last STAR testing, so she'll cover all of those. But this is preliminary and overall results. We don't have the sub-pops quite yet. When we get all that information in, we'll be able to re-deliver some of the information. So, Ms. Davis.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, and Dr. Fields. This evening, we will be sharing with you the preliminary STAR scores for grades 3 through 8. Please keep in mind that these are just preliminary scores, and they include all of our students. So the accountability subset has not been yet drafted out of these scores that I'm sharing with you today. You can see that we're going to offer a comparison to last year's student achievement data, which is where our students performed based on the cut scores that the state provided. For third grade math, you can see that overall the district did decrease 6 percentage points in approaches, 2 percentage points in meets, and 3 percentage points at the master's grade level. You see a comparison here within this graph against our Region 20 school district and the state. And what you can see here is that, as you know, our STAR test did change. We went through a redesign that we are now calling STAR 2.0. And throughout this school year, actually since COVID, we've had a change in our students, and we know that our focus has been a little bit different. We focused on our students' social emotional, on the retention of staff, on ensuring the safety of our students and their health. And so whereas you'll see some of the areas that you'll see some increases, you're also going to see the areas of opportunity for our school district, third grade math being one of them. You also see on the next slide where we did offer you a table of the breakdown for each of the campuses, for each of the grade levels in each area, both reading and in math. In fourth grade,
Oh, we don't see it because of the presentation. But yes, Ms. Ryan, go ahead.
Just quick question on the data source where you figured out the delta. Yeah, that slide. Did you, so if I see the -6 above the 59%, is that compared to the preliminary last spring before they cut people out, or is that supposed to be compared to final taper?
preliminary to preliminary.
Preliminary? Okay, all right, that helps me explain why my numbers
Yes,
didn't make
ma'am.
sense today, so now I'm all set. I think it'll be helpful in here that some of these results are directly tied to board goals. Not every STAR result is a board goal, and I know we've got, a new board member too. So on this one, the board goal related to this one is in the meets category, which is that 29 all the way over to the right. Our goal last year was to go from 31% up to 54 by June of 2027. So we're looking at about a 4.6% increase each year between now and 2027. So to have a potential 6%, I know final number will be a little bit different, but to reach this board goal and keep on track, it looks like it's going to need a lot. We're going to have to ramp it up.
It's going to need additional support. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And then towards the end of the presentation, both Dr. Saunders and Dr. Duhar-Toppin are going to discuss a plan of action.
Yeah.
So right now, I'm going to share the scores,
Yeah.
and then our ladies are going to
Okay.
share a plan of action with you.
Thank you, Ms.
So then in fourth.
Ms. Davis,
Yes,
just
sir.
for the order, since we can't see if there are questions, I'll look for anybody that may have a question for you now, and then when we finish, then we'll see that. So if anybody is wanting to ask during the presentation, just let me know. Go ahead.
Thank you. For fourth grade math, you see that our district, we did decrease 6 percentage points. We're at 57 for approaches, a 21% for meets, and at 12% for masters. So that's a difference of 6 percentage points, 10 percentage points, and 3 percentage points. You also see the region comparison there and the state for fourth grade math. So when you take a look at fourth grade math, this is also an area of opportunity for our school district. It was not necessarily one of the board goals, but it was a progress measure. For fifth grade math, you see our district performed at a 69%. We did see an increase here for 2 percentage points under approaches. For the meets, we fared at 35%, and for masters, we fared at 12%. And so this was a bright spot for our district within the scores. And you also see the comparison for our district, nearby districts for Region 20 and our state. You also see the table of each campus there performing. You can see quite a bit of increases in some campuses as well as a few decreases. We're also going to offer the Spanish. So what we have here, please understand that as far as Spanish is concerned, we have fewer students that test in Spanish compared to our district. Here we had a total of 48 students test, and you see 47% was what our students scored. It was a decrease. One of the things to note here is that as second grade students, they had access to paper math practice and third grade was the first time they saw an online version. So as we were discussing what we can attribute to some of these decreases, of course, we're still recovering from COVID. Some of these students that you see right now in third grade went through that COVID area. So that's what you're seeing here. And then for fourth grade math Spanish, we had a total of 41 students test. You did see an increase here. These students were now practicing online when we moved over to an online practice system. So you see that they scored at a 44%, which was an increase of 11 points, 22% at meets, and 2% at masters. And you see the comparison there to the left for the Region 20 and for the state.
Ma'am, at the third grade level, remember when we were talking about the comprehension piece? Last time we all sat down and talked about the raw scores. Is there anything about that test that like word problems? Do they give them at third grade? Are they getting word problems?
So when you have a reading problem, you have a math problem because you have to read the math test. So yes, ma'am, in order for them to be able to extrapolate what they're supposed to do as far as what math they're supposed to implement, you have to know and understand the reading. So comprehension plays a big part into your math test. Dr. Toppin, is there anything else you'd like to add to that?
I'll let Dr. Saunders take it. It's elementary.
So a couple of pieces there. As they transition from second to third grade, the first half of second grade is, especially in math, the teacher is reading the word problems to them, beginning of second grade. Then they start to transition into students reading the word problems themselves. And Ms. Davis is absolutely right. If they're struggling with the comprehension, we've made it even more difficult for them to do the math. There's times when they're just guessing at what the problem is asking them to do because the comprehension is such an issue. Oh, yes, ma'am, 100%. 100%. That's an understatement, my friend. Yes. Yes.
All right, so for fifth grade math Spanish, we did see an increase of 8 percentage points. We had a total of 23 students test in Spanish. We did offer, there was a question related to the emergent bilingual English learners for third through fifth grade STAR. So this is a slide where we're showing you that specifically. We have overall our math students in third through fifth grade. We did see an increase of 2 percentage points at 66%. For meets, we saw an increase of 7 percentage points in math, third through fifth. Again, this is for our LEP students only, or emergent bilingual now, and 11% in masters, and that was a decrease of 3%. Because we all put it in one slide, I'm going to go ahead and jump into RLA here. For RLA, we had an increase of 3 percentage points, or 72% in approaches. And there's an area of opportunity for our meets and masters at 39% and at 13%. I also have the science here, so we have 49%. That's a 3% increase from last year, and 22% in science, and a 1% decrease at 5% for masters. So now we're going to move on to the middle school math.
Oops, sorry, Ms. Davis, real quick.
Yes,
You know
ma'am.
what I'm gonna ask. Can you tease that out by program and send it out in Friday notes?
Yes,
We
so,
see what our dual language kids are doing versus by program of study for our emergent bilinguals.
absolutely. As we mentioned in the last board meeting, you had mentioned moving forward, let's make sure that we're teasing this out by program. I would be very, very remiss if I did not give a hats off to Ms. Richardson, who spent hours yesterday, hours upon hours going through and teasing them out by program. Because Eduphoria,
Eduphoria not
it
let
does
you
not report
hold them
that way,
somehow?
no ma'am, because it's not an accountability group, right? Emergent bilingual is the large umbrella, and then we have multiple programs underneath there. Moving forward, we're going to, with the help of Ms. Orozco-Jones, build a monitoring group in Eduphoria, which will help us tease out that data.
Okay.
Like we talked about in
Yeah.
July, moving forward, that's definitely our plan. But
Okay.
I do want to say again, thank you very much for all your time and energy. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
In sixth grade math, we did see an increase in middle school math, actually, but sixth grade math, you see an increase here of 3 percentage points at 62% approaches, and for meets and masters, 19% and a 4%. Seventh grade math, we did see an increase, and this is one of our board goals, and we did see a rather large increase of 4%. 1% on meets and 2% on masters. Our goal specifically is within the approaches, and you can see the increase right there.
Yeah, I'll save you on that one. So the goal for that one is to go from 37 up to 60 by 2027. So if 5 or even maybe a smidgy up 6 or something really is what the finals come out as, that is great progress toward getting to that 60 by 2027. So good job, all of our middle school 7th grade math teachers, because that's a lot of progress.
Fantastic. For eighth grade math, we had a 2% increase, so 64%, 27% for meets, and 6% for masters. And that is your eighth grade math. Now for RLA, again, RLA is definitely an area of opportunity, and our ladies are going to discuss that further. We understand that we are not where we should be, and we did have that discussion as a cabinet, why it is that we're not seeing the increases that we would like to see. And so,
Ms. Davis,
Yes,
before
sir.
you get into that, I'd like Dr. Tompkins and Dr. Saunders first to speak to what you feel like some of the issues are in the RLA area.
So when we talk about third, fourth, and fifth grade reading specifically, there's a couple of pieces there. And what I'm going to say right now actually applies to math as well, because you were asking that question earlier. We had an issue this year, I'm going to be really honest with you, implementing our HQIM, which for math is Eureka, NWEA MAP, which is the assessment tool we use, as well as Amplify. We've talked about this a little bit before in the past. It was an opt-in opportunity. At the very beginning of the school year, it was an opt-in opportunity. So we didn't have all campuses, all teachers, all kids bought in 100%. And then when we move forward to February, and this is the district non-negotiable, this is what we're going to do, this is where we are firmly planted with instruction in Judson ISD. Implementing that in February is like trying to turn the Titanic, because we're coming to testing in May. That's a limited window of time to see what we're asking for as far as incredible gains. I feel very comfortable saying that we have, as Dr. Fields would say, hit a hard reset this year, beginning in June with our principals about this is what we're doing in Judson ISD with instruction. This is our plan moving forward. It is a non-negotiable. So I feel really comfortable that moving forward, we have opportunities for growth. But unfortunately, we had an issue implementing the high-quality instructional materials. With that is built components to pull small groups. We missed that opportunity as well because it was not an all-in across the board.
I'm sorry. So the resolve is this, beginning this school year, it's all in.
Yes,
everybody.
ma'am.
It
Yes,
already
ma'am.
started.
Yes,
Right,
ma'am.
right.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
It started in the summer. But I think Dr. Toppin,
I
Okay,
do also want
thank
to
you.
say, Kristen explained it very well, but I also do want to say that part of what we're dealing with right now is if you're looking at third, fourth, and fifth, especially third grade, these are the students, our third graders, that were sitting at home for a year, for almost a year and a half, going on 2 years. And these are our babies, and I cannot say enough how important pre-K, kinder, first, and second are in establishing the foundation for reading. And so when kids are missing the opportunity to get a strong foundation in phonics, get a strong foundation in fluency, it plays a role across the board. And so what we're playing and we're doing right now, and I'm not making excuses, this is the reality that everybody is facing right now across the country. One of the things we're really going to have to do is not only stick with our HQIM, really teach according to Eureka Math Amplify Reading and those things that we're doing at HMH, I think. One of the things that we're doing is not only teaching to that, but really try to fill those gaps as quickly as possible. Because our babies that were in third grade that did not perform at the level that we needed to perform, they're going into fourth grade with still gaps. And our goal is to make sure that the plans that we put in place this year are going to fill the gaps. By the time they hit fifth grade, we have caught them up. Because we don't have a lot of time. When you think about it, we have 9 months. 9 months to get them ready, and then they're moving on to the next grade level. So really making sure that we're very cognizant, looking at our data and looking where the areas where our students are truly struggling and pinpointing those areas not only in our curriculum, but also in our instructional delivery and also in our remediation programs that we're offering at every school.
go ahead.
And I'm going to say that obviously there's additional input that will all weigh in at the board. I know that this all matters to all of us. But the first thing I notice when I see this is obviously the proportion, the difference between where Region 20 fell compared to where we fell. And so help me understand, so it was unique in terms of that opt-in that we ended up getting into that was really exclusive to Judson ISD?
100%.
Okay. Well, I certainly know there are more questions. Ms. Ryan, I think you had a question.
Have we teased out the data between who actually really implemented Eureka full-time last year?
Yes.
And were their
Yes.
scores
Yes.
on those campuses? They didn't have a dip because it was their first year? Like, they did okay? You know, sometimes HQIMs can get a little bumpy that first year. But so
No,
those
we
fully
knew-
implemented,
We had an idea
good.
by MOY, by the
Okay.
middle of year assessment. We could see the campuses that
Start
had
to
been,
grow.
that were all in, right?
Okay.
From the beginning. We could see them tracking all the way along. But like I said, when we're doing MOY, which is February, and then bringing people into the fold in February, we're talking about retraining hundreds of teachers, right? Bringing campus principals into the fold in February, yeah.
okay. And I think my only other concern, because on this, the RLA, because there's another board goal that we're supposed to be going from 45 to 60 in the meets, and it looks like we've gone down to 37, is I have a hard time with the COVID answer and just getting them back, only because last year, the state went up 9%, we went up 10. Had an amazing, tremendous year. Brought the babies back, we're learning, and we're doing great. So this year, state held their own, even though it's a new test, you know, zero change, they held their own, and we drop 8% or 7%. So if everybody has the same conditions, everybody's kids were home for a year and a half type thing. So when I see the rest of the state's numbers not mimicking ours, I'm trying to figure out what we did different. Why did it hit us harder than, you know, Pflugerville or, you know, Dallas or any of these other places?
I will say historically, Judson ISD has had quite a challenge when you are talking about the writing portion of the STAR assessment. And so when you look at that data, we're talking about reading scores, but we're also talking about writing scores. And so if you go back and look at our data historically, our writing scores have significantly been lower than our reading scores. So when you have, the state decided,
Increase.
yes, the state decided to increase the amount of writing at what grade level. So now, instead of just having writing at 4th grade and 7th grade, they took that back for 3 years, and we had no writing in 4th and 7th, and then came back this year with writing from 3rd grade all the way up to 10th grade. And so you had kids that were not comfortable with the writing, that wasn't doing well with the writing process, and now you put them, not only that, with the writing process, you put them on a computer also. So when you already have a significant gap in your populations, which we do in Judson ISD, that are struggling with reading and struggling with writing, we're not going to see the numbers that we're seeing at our neighboring districts. I don't like to compare us to other districts that are around us. I look at where we are versus where the state is. We also have to look at the fact that we changed our HQIM, our highly qualified instructional materials, so that we were more aligned with what the state was requiring our students to know and be able to do. That, again, is like turning the Titanic, because it's a different mindset in what you're doing in instructional delivery. When you add to that DOI teachers that did not have any kind of education background, and you add to that to the number of new teachers that we had to add at each grade level, it even changed what we did for New Teacher Academy, because we had to make sure that when every teacher entered the campus this year, that everyone had a clear understanding what the expectations were, but also a clear understanding on what instructional strategies had to be taught, strategies that needed to be taught this year, so every kid can function at the best of their ability.
Ms. Faulkner?
So, I'm making sure. I heard you mention it was an opt-in, and then you mentioned the small groups. Can you touch on that? I know Board Member Trustee Ryan spoke about the opt-in for the curriculum, but do you have any data?
Yes.
For the small groups?
Yes, so what you're asking me is, I believe what you're asking me is, the campuses that bought in from day one, how did they do compared to the campuses? It is clear.
Remarkable difference.
It is clear that these guys made the right decision. I will tell you, we had a long conversation about MAP gives us predictive data. It will tell us, we're predicting how these students are going to do on STAR. When you look at the MAP predictions and you look at our preliminary STAR data, I believe the biggest gap we saw was 6%, meaning MAP may have predicted us at 62% and the campus performed at 68%. There's only about a 6% difference there, which is incredible, right? But the beautiful side effect of that is it creates automatic buy-in. Because what teacher doesn't want that predictive data? Instead of having to guess how my students are going to do, if I'm all in to this product, right, then I will know from the beginning of year what my kids' weaknesses are, what are their strengths. It even will go as far as giving us specific skills to be able to move kids from meets to masters, which is the conversation we had earlier, right? So yes, the data is there.
Okay, and this is part of the buy-in, this is the way it's going to be moving forward?
It's not an option.
It's
Not an
not-
option.
it is
Okay.
a non-negotiable.
Okay,
We do not have a conversation about it.
thank you.
Ms. Stanford?
Because I was going to ask a similar question. Some of the schools that outperformed and did better, like third grade math, Crestview,
Yes.
Olympia, were the Mokes. Are we to assume that was because of the buy?
Yeah, that's part of it, right? The buy-in from the teacher level, the buy-in from the student level, the buy-in from the principal level,
Well,
right?
that's not true.
It's
Some of those schools were not all in
on-
Eureka
and
that
not-
you just listed.
Not grade levels that tested in STAR, right? The one that we talked about previously in July was a specific campus at second grade.
Okay. Yeah, because some of those she listed were not all in.
At a specific, in second grade, yes, but tested in
They
STAR,
were
all
in the
in.
others, but not in second grade. They were
That was the
allowed to
other-
opt out in second grade.
That was
Correct.
third grade. And in fourth grade, we had Masters, Crestview, Wortham, Olympia.
Yes.
Did obviously better than the state.
Right, and so you hear yourself, right, saying the same schools across third grade, across fourth grade? So-
Some, it drops off some as we get a little older, but is that because of the opt-in?
So,
You
yeah,
think?
I think it's a component of it, right? I think there's multiple pieces, but I think having that high-quality instructional material and being all in is a huge piece, because remember, this is TEA vetted instructional materials. So when you talk about the state and Region 20 compared to Judson ISD, it's a TEA vetted material. So if there are surrounding districts who, day one, the tone was set like it is this year, as this is a non-negotiable, we are all in, then their data is going to look different than ours.
But the reason that Wortham is in the top 3 performing third grade math is not because they opted into Eureka. It's because it is a different performance level of student. It's a different demographic at Wortham, and they dropped by 11% in their.
I want to be careful with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know where you're going. I know where you're going.
Yeah.
I would say that one of the things we talked about at Convocation, our students can learn regardless of what they look like or where they come from.
Right.
I would agree that maybe the home support is different for certain social economic levels of students in the district. I don't think that it's a capacity issue or an ability issue. I think that it's did you get reading to you when you were in the womb, or you know what I'm saying? There's a different level of attentiveness to the academics. What we have to do is take what we have and get better. And what we've obligated ourselves to is that we're all going to use the same structures and procedures to get that done, as opposed to some shotgun effect, you do what you want, I do what I want, and we're all expecting to make the same progression. That's not going to happen. We have non-negotiables that all of us will do, and then as a unit, we'll be able to see if we're off track. I know this was a lot of information that I asked them to talk about before we got into RLA, and I know Ms. Davis needs to get through, but I just wanted to show that a lot more has gone into looking into this than just a bunch of numbers that we're showing to you guys. We put this into our PD, our training over the summer, and our expectations throughout the year. I'd also say, if Dr. Gosh wanted to add, if you guys didn't know, she graduated last Saturday from Baylor with her doctorate. Her dissertation is on what we're talking about, specifically for Judson ISD. So did you have anything to add to what we just talked about?
There's a couple of things that I would add to the discussion about the scores in this relation, and I studied everybody from third grade the year before we hit COVID all the way through the 8th grade. And our younger students who were already reading at that time, after the first year, appeared better, but there's a couple of reasons for that. Some of those reasons have to do with the state didn't require everybody to return to school. We were still out of school. They also didn't require that everybody test. So our highest performers at that point were the students typically that came to school and actually did test during that time frame. What we found when we tested in the final year, which the final year that I studied was last year's test scores. And I know you all know that we had fairly high test scores comparatively last year. But what I can tell you in comparison across how Judson has always performed, our students actually in the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade decreased by larger amounts in the year of 2022 than they had in the 2 prior years after coming back to school. And a lot of that has to do with those foundations that Dr. Toppin and Dr. Saunders were talking about, the foundations that were built at that point. We also have had the redesign of the test and those other factors here. And there is that attributes to the scores that you're seeing right now, because that decline was there and the gaps in the learning are very evident across the district in terms of that. And I only studied students who were with us from 2018-19 all the way through 2022 and tested in every single year. And even among those that tested in every single year, we still see those huge gaps, and they have continued to decline in their performance from year to year as they went higher up because of those gaps in some of the vocabulary and some of the reading that they lost while they were at home. And many of our students, we all know we did go to one-to-one to do that, but not all of our students were engaged that entire time. I would also point out that in terms of taking the test here, this was the first year that Judson had everybody go 100% online. Many of the surrounding districts last year went fully online. It was an option for us to do paper testing in this testing year, and they did in the prior testing year in 2022, which is more comfortable for many people. And there is an art to learning how to take a test online, and this is the first year that our students have been fully testing online. And so I think some of the things that you're seeing here, some of the districts experienced those drops last year due to the new testing platform, and we did not, because we tested the traditional manner last year. But this year, we were fully online.
Thank you. Ms. Day.
I wanted to ask, is there anything from Ms. Canoyer or Ms. Rodriguez at this time?
I have had, there have been so many questions, and my questions have been answered. Thank you.
I just want to say that there are ample reasons, and none of them are excuses. We're not trying to say that there's not more that we can do. But we also have to remember the stressors that are on our teachers as well. Our students suffered greatly during COVID, as did our teachers. And I think that your comments about the new teachers and our DOI teachers are valid. I think some discrepancies happen because you have a super strong teacher at one grade level at one school that other schools don't. That I've seen that in my time in the district. So that can also make a difference when we're looking, comparing school to school. Rather than comparing school to school here, what we should be doing is comparing school last year, school this year, and make that rather than, because we know our district. We know what it's like. So I just want to say that.
I'd like to just finally add to that, I know that we are committed to helping this process in whichever way, and the whole commitment to support 21-to-1 in our classrooms this year is one of those efforts to really have more focus on students across the district. And I feel really optimistic that based on teacher feedback, that 21-to-1 is going to help make a difference. So as we move forward, I think there's reason for optimism and recognition of the things that we need to do. Ms. Stanford?
Yeah, just one more thing. I'd be really excited to see an aggressive plan of action to address the issues that you're aware of. You had mentioned, Dr. Tuppen, that something does happen in seventh grade, and it's definitely apparent in the numbers. It just seems like they fall into a hole or something. And you said they do hit a wall. So I'd be real interested in, if not tonight, but I'd love to hear the definition of that wall. And if we, as top-tier educators, can anticipate that wall, we know they're headed toward it, define it, and find a workaround. And I'd love to see a plan for, especially the schools that are not performing very well, the ones that are really, to find additional approaches, additional ideas, to just come up with ways to give them additional support and help.
Yes, ma'am. Ceci just now put the plan.
Okay.
Isn't seventh grade when the math changes?
Yes.
Yes.
It
Because
also
remember, we
changes in
talked
sixth
about it
grade.
when we were coming up with the goals, and y'all made sure that I understood that the math changes at the seventh grade. So,
It starts changing in sixth grade, actually. So they may have mastered math. They got introduced to it in third grade and then went up to fifth grade, and they were masters when they left fifth grade.
Right.
Masters at approaches. Let me put that
and then get to
caveat
seventh
in
grade,
there.
and you got a whole
And
ball
then
of
you
wax.
get to
Yeah.
sixth grade, and you do hit a wall because the TEKS change significantly at the sixth grade, as well as the rigor. And so if they hit the wall in sixth grade, which means that they are not ready for the level of rigor that they're getting ready to hit, that continues on into seventh grade. So one of the things that we're doing, we're talking about the plan, is that really looking at the instruction as it relates to the TEKS, the standards that the state is asking us to teach. Because it's not about a program, it's not about some significant kind of digital support. It's, are we teaching aligned to the standards that the state has asked us to do? And are we teaching at the level of the rigor that the state is asking us to do? And so one of the things that our PD focused on is looking at those standards and looking at the level of rigor and coming up with instructional strategies that are going to be taught wall to wall, third grade, wall to wall, fourth, so on and so forth, and teach all teachers, model it and teach it to them before school even started this year, so that we're hit the ground running, okay? Also, one of the things we know that writing across the curriculum was a problem. So now everybody is required, it's embedded into our curriculum guides. You will write in math, science, social studies, and in RLA, PE electives, it's a requirement because we know that that is a significant area of growth for us as a district. And so in order for kids to become expert at writing, they have to write. And so that's definitely one of the things that we are doing. We've changed up our format for our academic leaders. These are our instructional coaches that are at the campus level. One of the things we did is make sure that we're meeting with them twice a month. They're going to get instructional coaching as well as content-based instructional professional development to make sure that they are ready to not only help teachers at their campus level, but to build the capacity also of the teachers that they are working with. And one of the things, coaching is it's like an art and a science. Not everybody can coach, but we're going to make this sure and use the money this year, and thank y'all for approving all of that, using the money this year to make sure we train all of our instructional coaches at the campus level, which we call academic trainers, on how to coach teachers to build capacity.
Ms. Ryan?
I think just my comment, because we were talking a little bit about percentages, as a board, we end up looking at one number, and it's staring right in front of me, and that number, 65% by 2027 on star reading, right? That's the only thing we're gonna hold Dr. Fields accountable for. But I understand that does not mean a teacher looks and just tries to make sure 65% of their class teaches or passes or reaches this goal, or 65% of a campus reaches that goal, because how we get to that 65 looks so different, because it's what do we expect out of Johnny and Sally and Susie, and are they meeting their individual goal, which plays into a bigger classroom goal for a teacher, and that may look like 40% in one classroom, and it maybe should look like 95% in another. Let's celebrate if someone's supposed to be up at a 40 is what you would project they would get, and they get to 50. That teacher needs to be celebrated. They may not be as high as one of those 90% classrooms, but maybe that 90 should have been at a 95. So, there's a different, I've been out and talking to a lot of them, and there's just such a different environment, every classroom, that we have to wrap ourselves around a 65 up here on the board and but there's much more to that when we're down at that teacher level, and they're trying to achieve their individual goals for kids, and classroom goals and campus goals just don't always match what I see in front of me.
Agreed 100%, and I will tell you, like the great equalizer, right? Because we talked about schools looking different, right? The great equalizer is teacher efficacy. Every teacher believing the kids they touch can succeed, right? And so I feel very confident that for the first time in maybe a few years, we have given teachers the tools they need to not only make kids successful, but it builds this capacity within them to know kids can be successful. The feedback we got from new teacher and August PD was remarkable. And that is a great way to enter into that first day of school, feeling like, as a teacher, I am equipped, whether I've been teaching for 1 year, 0 years, 30 years, feeling like they're equipped. Because that teacher efficacy, that's the part we have to leverage now.
Ms. Davis, thank you for standing
Thank
this
you.
entire time. You can proceed.
You can go from there. You can finish out with science, and then they all have it in their board book. Or did you guys feel comfortable with the conversation that we've had? Or did you feel like they're fine? Thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Can we get a copy of that plan?
It's in the board
Okay,
book.
thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Davis. Thank you to our top end, Dr. Doppen, and thank you, Dr. Saunders. Now we're going to go ahead and move on to the consent agenda, actually. So if you would like to pull an agenda item, let me know what it is.
I have C, D, and I.
Okay. Are there any others?
You ready, Mr. Macias?
I'm got my pen.
Sorry, I always got questions. B as in boy, E as in echo, J as in Juliet, K as in kilo. L as in Lima, M as in Mike, N as in November. Okay, those are mine.
Okay, are there any other? So, Ms. Faulkner, did you have an item you wanted to pull?
I would like to pull A,
A?
yes, only because I was not here in attendance and did not get a chance to review in the last day, the last meeting.
So you'll have to abstain.
Yes.
So do you just want to abstain? Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, we'll pull that one. Okay, any others? So right now, the items that I have that we will be approving on the consent agenda today are letter F, letter G, letter H, letter O, P, Q, R, and S. So can I have a motion for those consent items?
I move that we vote to approve the items as recommended that have not been pulled from the consent agenda.
Second.
We can go ahead and vote? Okay, so we'll go ahead and go to the first item that was pulled, which is consider and take action regarding approving minutes from the regular meeting held on July 20th and the special meeting held on July 31st, 2023. Can I have a, and Ms. Faulkner, you pulled this because you wanted to abstain from this vote?
Yes.
Okay.
I move we approve the minutes from the regular meeting held on July 20th and the special meeting held on July 31st, 2023.
Second?
Okay, it's motioned and second. Go ahead and vote. That motion passes. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and move to item B. Ms. Ryan, consider and take action regarding approving the monthly financial information of June 30th, 2023. Go ahead, Ms. Ryan.
All right, I think you have all these questions already, Dr. Field, so hopefully we can whip through some of these pretty quick. The first one was on the general operating fund budget, obviously last year's budget. This one shows the end of June 2023. It's got our projected revenues at 223, but the budget amendment we approved last month brought us up to 244. I see that all the expenditures at the bottom are updated based on what we approved last month, but it didn't look like the expenditures. Anywhere where I see a negative 50 million at the bottom, catches my eye.
That was an error, ma'am. It's
Okay.
been corrected. Matter of fact, I think they passed out the new monthly financials to everybody when we came in this evening, and you'll see that that number's been
That number is
corrected.
correct on there? Okay.
And it's been posted online as well.
Okay, great. Do we have an update on our state funding for this past fiscal year yet? You know, you all, once you got the PEMS data finalized and for last school year, and then you got the tax documents, total collected through June 30th, then y'all were gonna plug that into the spreadsheet formula, or what Casey was, so that we had a really good near final number. Do we have that yet from them? So if we know, like
It's
right
in the
now,
document that we have now. It should be 95 million.
that's how much we had so far as of end of June.
The 11 million is actually in there. It was posted as a receivable. So that's already accounted for.
Okay, is that the 11
We
million?
will actually receive it in September, but it was posted in there, our estimation of $11 million.
It's part of the 95 million.
What about the 11 million we got in July? That wouldn't be on here either, right? We got 11 or 10 million on.
This is as of June 30th, so this monthly financial is as of
So
June
then-
30th.
So there's some future past June 30th ones that are for last year? Because we got paid on July 24th from the state, right? And then we're gonna get one more payment from them. So we got, what, about 10 million or so, July 24th. Is that in the 95?
Yes.
And then is there a September payment that's also coming in, and is that in there? That's already in there too, and we're just going off projections? Okay. I think I'd asked this last month. Do we have an updated estimate for next year's budget? Based on the new legislative updates, you know, Mo Casey did that whole presentation for us last time.
None that we would calculate at this point. We would do that as we get closer to the budget cycle for next year. But this is,
Well, no, because the homestead's going into effect for this.
you're asking, are we making changes to what we said to last year? We haven't received an
Casey
update.
has not updated the statement of finance as of yet since
Okay.
our budget workshops. There's been a slight change that the state posted, but it's very insignificant as far as I think it's about $27,000 less than July. And so we are in full swing right now with our audit process, and so that we will be able to provide you those final numbers closer to November.
Okay, because then 23, 24, that 100,000 homestead went into effect already. Like,
Right.
that's happening, January 1st.
We haven't.
Money we're bringing in that we thought we were
Only if
bringing
it's
in.
approved in the November.
Correct, and the legislative update said Bear County is acting on that 100,000. Regardless, they were told to collect taxes at the rate and send out statements and set tax rates based on the 100,000 being approved in the Constitution. We went to a whole legislative, very long, not boring Lineberger, update on that. And they said, we have to do our tax rates and everything based on the 100,000, even though the constitutional is not. So, do
But when
we have?
when we receive those updated numbers, we will be providing that information
Okay.
for you. And then in next month's meeting, we will be talking about the tax rate. So we'll
Okay.
be able to provide you.
Okay, so if they can
more.
update that, because it'll change our tier 1, and it may change our tier 2 significantly. And I think I have a question later on for Mr. Westerman about how it's gonna change INS, also. I know last month you guys said you were gonna close out 2013, but I don't see that closed out yet. 2013 bond,
There's no requirement to bring that before the board. It was $135 plus another $1,000 in interest. So that's not a funding level that we typically bring in front of the board.
okay. What changed from last month? Because the 2013, it's changed by like $150,000 based off what you briefed last month. Was that just did we spend more money?
We posted the expenses from the 2013 to 2016 in order to close that out.
Okay.
And so then you'll receive the finalized version on this next month, but you can see that's why it's at 135, because we
Okay.
reclassed the expenses.
Okay, so we will. So we may not see this piece of paper anymore, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'm trying to reduce the number of bond pieces of paper, close them out, and be done with it, and we can focus on the new things. Let's see. 2016, are we gonna look at some point what to do with that unallocated interest? Or are we trying to hold?
We typically don't move the unallocated interest until we finish all the projects in that particular area.
Okay.
We don't want to give the impression that that's money that's available for those projects. We negotiate those projects based on what we allotted for those projects.
Okay, because I seen we had allocated 3 million of it, but then didn't allocate 4 million of it, so.
We try not to even speak about the interest until we get to the end of those bond projects,
Okay.
because we don't want any project managers out there thinking that it's part of the money that can be used for those projects.
Not for these projects, and we can do other projects.
There you go.
And
Yes,
something
ma'am.
else. Okay, that answers the question on that other, I had the same question on number 2, or Prop 2 of 2016. Okay, that's all I had on financials, thank you. Motion to approve.
Hold on, is there any other questions? No? Okay, you can make your motion.
Okay, motion, we approve the monthly financial information as of 30 June 2023.
Go ahead and vote.
Ms. Sanford. Ms. Sanford.
Sorry, I didn't turn on. Okay. Thank you.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
So the next item is consider and take action regarding approving the attached amendments to the budget for the 2024 fiscal year. And Ms. Stanford, you pulled this item?
Yep, just had one question on it. It's really just a movement around of money.
That's all. Yes, ma'am.
How-
To the tune of about $12,900. But we're changing functions from
Yes.
11 to some of the other ones that's been requested by the people in the district, so it's a simple.
Yes, so
Yes,
my
ma'am.
question is, this money, it's almost 13,000,
Mhm.
13,000, is all coming out of instruction
Correct.
and moving into other areas of instruction, except for school leadership. What is the school leadership? Is that teachers or students?
Again, I think it's based on the.
23,
Yeah,
school
23.
leadership, principals.
But
And
this
so-
this comes from a request from the campuses,
Campuses.
not from us. So they asked us to move the money around to these areas. We're just simply doing that.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why they take more than half of the money, that money coming out of instruction, which is for students and benefiting students, into a, go ahead.
I'm gonna jump in on that too, because I had the same question too, because I get it. This is the per capita, right? This is the whatever, $50 a student that we give to a campus, right? And then the principals get to decide where it goes. And we don't know what they're gonna use it on, so if Ms. Nate up at Wortham wants to give $500 more library things, then we move that to
It's a
library.
campus budget.
So I guess the question was though, moving it to school leadership for principals, I mean, what all is in 23 other than principal salaries or them going to a conference? That doesn't seem very, I could understand why it goes to extracurriculars, made health for the nurse, let's buy some more Band-Aids. Like, all of these made sense. I didn't really understand why such a big chunk would move to school leadership if this is supposed to be money for students.
This is the request of the campus principals. We allow them to manage their campuses. They get budgets for over $200,000. If they come back and say that they want to move a budget function from here to here, we typically don't question that until they come back and say they don't have enough money in a particular area, and then we'll do an audit of what they requested. But this is a request from the campus that we typically do all the time. And we're talking about $7,000. I don't even think, was it the whole thing that's being moved? Could you guys come to the podium, please? So this amount of money, was it the whole thing?
It's from multiple campuses, but we can provide the specific of which campus, so that's what she's going to share with you right now.
That's just the level of leadership we don't.
It's just a weird category to move it.
I understand, but that's a level of leadership we typically don't get into because we don't know what they're anticipating for each of those particular campuses. And we're talking about $7,900. This was their request. We're moving it around. This is typically what we do. We were just notifying the board because we're changing function codes. If you need me to, I can go back and discern exactly what the principals would like to do with the $7,000 and each of those, and that would be several campuses, so the amounts are going to be much smaller for each one.
It's money that they can use at their discretion.
Are you guys ready to move forward?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I move that we approve the attached amendments to the budget for the 2024 fiscal year.
Second.
Okay. Proceed to vote, please. Motion passes. Letter D, consider and take action regarding approving expenditures equal to or greater than 50,000. Ms. Stanford, you pulled this one.
Yeah, I always like to just pull the ones over 50,000, just to point out, this item is 85,692, and it's for an insurance endorsement. I just wanted to make note of that. Did you have a question?
I think I'd send Dr. Fields just a couple questions on this one. I know sometimes all of our contracts are different. Like sometimes we do a 3-year with 2 one-year options. We do a 1-year with 1-year options. I was just wondering where in the contract process is this? Is this a renewal of a existing, like we're in our option year?
I think it's
And then
for the
once they
purchase of
get out next,
excess.
kind of.
It currently came in, it used to come in at 77. What we're saying is for $8,000 more, what we can do is purchase $250,000 more of insurance. So if we had a workers' comp claim that came in that was over the 250, we're covered up to 500,000. You know what I'm saying? We used to be 500,000, now we're at 250. So we would pay up to the 250, now we're I mean, we would pay up to 500, now we're pay up to 250.
So
So,
it's kind of like exercising. your
bingo,
option on it.
and it's insurance, so we're just,
Okay,
you know, for $8,000, we're covered for 250. If it
Okay.
happens, it was worth it.
okay, so it's just an add-on to
That's it.
existing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Thank you.
Then I move to approve the expenditures equal to or greater than 50,000.
Second.
Go ahead and proceed to vote, please. Motion passes. Our next agenda item is consider and take action regarding approving cash investment report for all funds as of June 30th, 2023. And Ms. Ryan, I believe you pulled this one.
I sent you this question. I'm really good at math, and I don't get it. I was just trying to figure out how we ended first quarter with 308 million. We made 3.6 million in interest, but somehow we're down to 299. Did we withdraw from our investments? I've gone through every page, and I just can't figure out how we made money, but now we have less.
I can give you my rudimentary understanding. I think that in terms of, where it says 3.6 million, that's what we,
Earned in
oh, there
interest?
she is, she's at the,
That's
there you go,
okay.
yes.
Did we tell you? Okay,
Thank you.
so what it is we spent some money that we had put into savings.
Okay, that's what I was
And it's
thinking.
because that we take all the money we get for tax collections and state, which comes in like a little compacted time, and then we invest it all and we trickle it out when we need it. So we don't leave money just in the bank not earning interest.
Yes.
We leave it all in
All
there
in
in interest, and then when we need to spend it, we pull it out and spend it.
Okay,
So that's
maybe
all.
one day I'm sure it is on one of these 50 pages of this report. You're just going to have to point. I
It's right
couldn't find where well, it didn't say where we withdrew. That just, so it's
Oh.
change in market
Except for
value? Is
your
that how
bond.
much we took out?
Everything's in there, but we're talking about,
It could've been- it's from-
general operating fund, child nutrition,
Yeah, I was like
interest
looking
and
for a
seeking, tax
transaction in
collection.
here that said like, we took out 14 million to, go buy stuff, and I just couldn't find it in this document. So that's.
It's an
I
overall.
believe it was a withdrawal, because I knew we put a bunch of bond money in there, and we're gonna have to pay bond bills as we go, so that part made sense. It just, the report itself wasn't clear about where it had gone, so, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm glad we're making good interest. Come on, let's go, Mark. Oh, so, anybody else have questions? Oh, you did, sorry. Go.
Just curious what the loss, the $92,000 loss was?
It's not really a loss. It's called an unrealized loss, and what that means is if we had a fire sale today and we had to sell everything in our investment, not all of it's matured yet. So that unrealized loss is the amount we'd be down because we didn't let the
The
investments mature.
value went down, gotcha.
Yeah, so,
You want to make the motion, Ms. Ryan?
I move that we approve the cash investment report for all funds as of June 30th, 2023, as discussed.
Second.
Please vote. Motion passes. Letter I, consider and take action regarding approving the resolution by the Board of Trustees of Judson ISD, providing for the defeasance and calling for redemption of certain currently outstanding obligations designated as Judson ISD Unlimited Tax Refunding Bonds, Series 2015, and other matters in connection therewith.
Right. So I was wondering, before we pay off a bond, that's what this is, right, is paying it off early, how much we're paying on that bond versus how much interest we're making on the money that we have on deposit to do that with. And if there's any discount that we're achieving in paying it off early.
Okay, so, good evening, President, members of the board. Dwayne Westerman with Samco Capital Markets. Let me get to the right page here. So the interest rate on the bonds that we're suggesting that be defeased or redeemed early is 5%. They have a 5% coupon on those bonds. What this process is doing is allowing you to set that liability to pay these bonds off early and levy the tax on your INS side that will pay those bonds. So it's not money that you have in an account, and it's not money you could collect just to sit in an account and earn interest. You have to collect it and use it to pay off the bonds during the fiscal year. Bond counsel is here if I stated that incorrectly, but we can't, it's not money that you can hold. You're going to levy the tax rate, use that money then to go ahead and pay off the bonds. If we aren't going to do this, then we'd have a different tax rate structure. Does that answer your question?
And is there any discount that we're achieving?
Well, we're getting the savings interest. We're not getting a discount for paying it off early. We're paying off the full principal amount, but we're going to then not have to pay that 5% interest for the next 20 years.
Okay, any other?
So when we first went over this a month or two ago, I don't remember which month we did this. We looked at, you had presented a great analysis of what our projected INS tax rate might be to support all of this and all of our bond payments for the next year. And then the legislature came out. So where are we at with figuring out how the $100,000 homestead is going to affect our INS income next year and our ability to still be able to do this defeasance with, and what those, I mean, I know we're going to set tax rate next month. But
So.
I'm just going to leave it at that and let you just go.
Okay. No, a fair question, and it certainly has made for an interesting summer for every kind of calculation possible in school finance. But the way they have drafted the legislation is that the 100,000 homestead exemption will include a hold harmless provision for districts with debt outstanding that levy a tax to pay that debt. So what we're understood and told, and I haven't necessarily seen all the formulas to get it worked out yet, but they will reimburse us, or they will fund the district for any tax revenue lost on the INS side because of that additional homestead exemption. So we should be, with that same tax rate, we should be in the same place we were at originally.
Okay, that's how I had kind of read it too, that was going to come in as additional state aid for homestead exemption, the
Right.
FHE or whatever it is.
Correct.
That you're seeing it as in theory, a one-for-one offset. So every penny we lose, in theory,
Correct.
the
And
state is
what we
promising
have-
to make up for it.
the way we have addressed possibilities that could maybe not work out right, because we know who all we're dealing with in the formulas, but we have drafted in the document you're approving a number that's a little bit less than what we think we can do.
Okay.
And then we have the flexibility to defease more if it comes in as we wish. And even if it comes in better, we can defease more. We'd come back to you. We're not going to do this actual funding of it until the February timeframe when all your tax dollars have been collected.
Okay, all right, that makes me feel a little more fuzzy. We go through all these budget things and we make all these plans, and then later things come out from the legislature and we got to go back and make sure all of our analysis was correct. So thank you, Mr. Westerman, as always.
You're welcome.
Ms. Eden?
I have a quick question, and I just want to know if I understood it. Did they also mention something about buying down some of the school tax? Did I misunderstand that when they were talking about that part?
So what they're causing, and I'm probably talking a little out of maybe my league from the INS side to the whole M&O side, but they're doing more compression on the M&O tax rate, which is essentially trying to buy down the tax rate. And they're contributing these funds under the hold harmless to give taxpayers some relief by giving them a larger homestead exemption.
Like to make the motion?
So I move that we approve the resolution by the Board of Trustees providing for the defeasance and calling for redemption of certain currently outstanding obligations designated as the Judson ISD Unlimited Tax Refunding Bond Series 2015.
Second.
Yes. Okay. Let's move forward. I used to be the only board member to pull consent items. I will tell you, I'm very proud right now, very proud at this. Any questions or concern? Any question that's concerning to a board member, we obviously need to talk about it. So letter J, consider and take action regarding approving a resolution declaring Bear County 4-H as an extracurricular activity and Bear County 4-H extension staff adjunct faculty status. And I think, Ms. Ryan, you pulled this one.
Sorry, I promise I'm making them go fast, and I already let them know all my questions. So, is this a new program, Dr.
No, ma'am,
Fields?
not at all.
Is this just a renewal of, or new people being appointed?
It's not even about people. This is simply our district agreeing with 4-H that if our kids choose to go mutton busting or whatever they do with 4-H,
Okay.
it'll be an excused absence. That's
Oh, I completely read this document wrong, so
Yes, ma'am.
thank you for clarifying that. I thought we were starting 4-H somewhere. And,
No, ma'am.
Ms. Buckner, a former 4-Her, was about to get all excited, so.
This is just us approving if they choose to participate, we treat it like UIL and they get to go.
Oh, awesome.
Yes, ma'am. We have that already, but this will be for the ones that participate in 4-H.
Right, because, as you know, in January
Yeah,
is
Mike.
the,
It's on, yes.
It's on, go ahead.
the Bear County Stock Show is in January. And historically, students' parents had to call and beg and plead and bring pictures to get an excused absence for this, so.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Awesome.
Yay.
Any
Motion?
further discussion?
All right.
Go ahead, Ms. Ryan, make the motion.
All right, so I motion to approve the resolution declaring Bear County 4-H as an extracurricular activity and Bear County 4-H extension staff adjunct faculty status.
Second.
That is approved. Next item, consider and take action regarding improving the renewal rates with McGriff Insurance Services LLC for property and windstorm coverage. Ms. Ryan, you pulled this?
Yes. Oh, let me see what I sent you. Is McGriff a broker then who put together this property coverage within, because it sounds like they have to assemble this because we have lots of weird buildings and lots of things to cover. Is McGriff the broker of that then?
No, ma'am, this is an insurance company that we currently insure with.
Okay.
Our premiums are going from 1.7, I believe it is, to 2.2.
Yeah.
And we're just bringing it because that's almost a $500,000
Okay.
increase.
Well, I guess I'm wondering then, did we shop this out?
We didn't need to because
Puts my
basi-
rates up, I shop it out, so I don't know if there's rules about not able to.
what we typically do is we have a company, and if we're happy with that company, we have a agreement. Right now, the contract is for 3 years.
Okay.
With a multiple 3 more year, 1-year extensions. This is us exercising that 1 year, that first 1-year extension, which we can do. The only reason we're bringing it to the board is because it's such a huge increase that we wanted to make the board aware of it. But we're not trying to find a new company at this point. We wanted to continue with the people we have. We just had an increase in the premium. You'll see the same with PCAT.
So we only had them a year and we fell on.
No, we had them for 3 years. This will be the
Okay.
4th
3
year.
years. Okay, we're on,
This will be the
we
4th
did
year.
our 3 years, now we're on our 1-year
First
option.
1-year option, yes, ma'am.
And they completely raised our, I mean, I understand, trust me, my roof blew off my house, so I know how much insurance rates have gone up. But that's a huge, huge increase. And we didn't shop around.
Dr. Fields, if I may add to that, so a lot of what's happening with the increase is, number one, with our property values, right? Our property values within the district went up.
Yep.
But also what's happening in the market as well, too. I mean, we had COVID supply chain disruptions. There's a growing demand for materials and supplies, limited supply labor, increased costs of replacing repairs. So a lot of what's happening here is because of what's happening out in the market. So
Yeah,
that's
I'm
why
just
it's-
wondering, how do we know if it's an appropriate price if we didn't get a second price? Again, if Geico doubles my price of my car insurance or my house insurance, my first call is to USAA to just get a second quote on it so that I know everybody's went up.
I would say that this is windstorm damage, and I would say that if we were getting it doubled, we probably would have not extended it for the year. This is a considerable increase, but it's going from 1.7 to 2.2. And we had Mr. Guidry check around and say, hey, is this normal?
Okay.
Or is this, and he came back and said, yes, this is
Okay, we
increases
did
in
it,
all.
just do some-
Correct.
Okay, all right. I misunderstood that.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
okay. All right, thank you. That's all the questions I had.
Go ahead.
Make the motion, Ms. Ryan.
Motion to approve the renewal rates with McGriff Insurance Services LLC for property and windstorm coverage.
Second.
Okay, please vote. Motion carries. So we're on letter L. Consider and take action regarding approving the 2023 through 2026 dual credit memorandums of understanding between Judson ISD and San Antonio College, Alamo College districts, and between Judson ISD and St. Philip's College. Ms. Ryan, you pulled this one.
And probably for ease, I'll probably lump L and M together because they're kind of the same, similar enough in the types of questions. So
Yes, ma'am.
you've got my questions that I had sent you. Like what programs are each of these MOUs covering in terms of, which ones are covering JECA, which ones cover, dual credit?
The JECA one is separate. This is just for San Antonio College and St. Philip's, Alamo area colleges with our Judson, Wagner, and veterans.
Okay, so these are just the dual credit in the 3 primary high schools?
What happens on their campus is proper. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's 2, so P-TECH is St. Philip's, and that's that MOU. The rest of the regular dual credit in the schools is the San Antonio College?
Correct.
Okay.
When we articulate through San Antonio College.
Okay. Do we know about how much this costs us a year? 'Cause there's all sorts of
15,000.
weird cost-sharing things where we pay
The
them.
contract's for
and
15,000, I believe, correct?
Yes.
I'm asking.
Yes, last year we paid about 15,000.
Okay.
And that's because we use our teachers.
Mostly our teachers, so
That's
it's only costing us a little bit. Okay. Just looking. And everything that was in this cost sharing, this is it? There's no additional cost per credit?
It's about $100 per student plus instructional materials, which come out to about $60, $50.
Okay, so on top of the 15,000, if there's a class of 20 dual credit government kids, we're also paying
The instructional materials.
instructional materials and a per credit cost? For them to get their 3
That-
credits of government?
That includes, the 15,000 that we paid did include it all.
Okay, but because we have our own teachers, we essentially are getting free tuition almost? Like they're just giving us the credit?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure we weren't paying that and then paying $100 a credit hour,
They don't
and
pay
we're still paying our teachers, and we still have a building.
It's
and
actually a pretty
facility.
good deal for us,
Okay.
again, because we're using mostly our teachers.
Okay, all right. Those are the 2 questions I had on L and M, and to me, they were
Perfect.
the similar MOUs. If anybody else has questions, if not,
Ms. Stanford, do you have a question?
Oh, no, I don't, on those.
Okay, if you'd like to make the motion, Ms. Ryan.
oh, I can, hold on, they're long ones. All right, I motion to approve the 23 to 26 dual credit MOU between Judson ISD and San Antonio College, Alamo Colleges District, and between Judson ISD and St. Philip's College, along with approving the 23 to 25 P-TECH Memorandum of Understanding with Wagner High School, T-STEM, Judson High School P-TECH, and St. Philip's College, Alamo Colleges.
Second.
Thank you.
I think we have to vote separately on those.
You couldn't group
Yeah.
them like we did there?
Yeah, we have to vote separately on those.
And you can just call for the vote on the letter.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ms. Eaton, I would prefer the item be read out, but yes, you did combine those items, Ms. Ryan, so just read letter L, just go back to.
Okay, I withdraw the motion, and I motion to approve the 23 to 26 dual credit MOU between Judson and Alamo College and St. Philip's College, letter L.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you all. Ms. Faulkner? Item passes. So, yes, consider and take action regarding approving the 2023 through 2025 Pathways in Technology, Early College High School, PTech Memorandum of Understanding between Karen Wagner High School, Thunderbird STEM Academy, and Judson High School, PTech, and St. Philip's College, Alamo College District. Ms. Ryan. We're good with just going forward? Ms. Ryan, you don't have any questions? Okay. Perfect, thank you. I heard second by 3 people. Okay, let's go ahead and vote, please. Okay. And I think our last item that we pulled, consider and take action regarding approving AP registration and ordering APRO district access renewal. And Ms. Ryan, you pulled this item.
Okay, everybody knows I love AP exams. But that's because our superintendent constraint and service to our GT students too, and that looks like AP and dual credit courses up at the high school level, once they graduate out of that middle school. So making sure we have robust AP offerings for our students at our 3 major high schools. Do we know how many students were enrolled in AP classes? These are the questions I had sent you. Okay, so we had about 400 or so not take the exam. Okay. Do we have, I think I had asked this and I hadn't seen in one of our orientations, do we have those results from last year? You guys got them in July. Do we have those rolled up by subject in high school to see what our pass rates were?
Yes, Mr. Holmes just finished putting that
Okay.
together, and we can share it with you through the Friday notes.
Yes, that would be awesome. And especially at the level that we had talked about, which was,
It's just 3 and up, it's not really a passing.
or no, I'm sorry, 3, I meant the scores, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, on those. But we had also discussed comparing the Wagner and Judson's where the CLAR made it. So it was taught at a 1 year for an entire year. And then some other high schools, the CLAR continuation course did not make. And that was one of the first years where all of a sudden we had some students in Judson just taking it for a semester and other students taking a course for a whole year, trying to look at those scores and see if there was an impact, any significant impact on our scores for the kids who only got a course. They started the end of January and they took the course the beginning of, or took the exam the beginning of May to make sure if we're paying good money for AP instructors and the course exam fees and the textbooks and all that, are we getting our bang for our buck? Are the students getting the bang for their buck out of AP?
I think for the sake of the other board members, basically what Ms. Ryan's talking about is that AP testing is offered in May. And with our 5x5, oftentimes you can take an AP course from the beginning of school till December, which means that unless you are a part of what we refer to as a CLR course or whatever they refer to it as, going all the way to May, then you don't continue to exercise that muscle going into the AP testing timeframe. So we ask students to do that. Some students elect not to do that because they want to participate in something else. 5x5 affords a lot of opportunities for our students to have more class periods to be able to get to 26 for graduation than you would with a 7x7, which only has 28 opportunities over 4 years to get 26 credits completed. This one allows 40 opportunities for different classes to get 26 credits completed. I would agree that oftentimes if you take it the first half of the year and you don't take that full course, then it's difficult to do it on the back end. But I will say that I believe that we've had more AP involvement with the 5x5 than you would probably see with the 7 period. I know it's an inconvenience for the students, but there's more opportunity for them to take other things. When you get to 7 period schedules, you have 28 classes that you have to finish out the 26.
And I think that's why one of my last questions was, what does our AP enrollment look like this year compared to last year? Because there's a lot of AP classes that didn't make the schedule in our district.
I would agree.
Because students are not signing up for it.
I
So
would
the kids
agree.
that didn't want it, if 20 other kids didn't sign up for that same class, those GT top 20 of their class kids
Mhm.
have to either somehow be accommodated or not have the opportunity to take that AP class because there were not 19 of their friends who also agreed that they wanted to take their class. So, you know, since that's one of our superintendent constraints, access to GT things for our students, I just want to make sure that our top performers have academically rigorous programs out there for them so that it's not just about getting into college. There should be a group that is heading to Ivy League, you know, top-rated schools and into top-rated programs. And let's make sure they can put together a transcript that will get them there.
I agree wholeheartedly. But all the time, it's not just about AP. There's dual credit courses that students can take as well.
Yeah,
So
that
if,
limits them to Texas. So that's why we have a lot of.
I get it, but I mean, if we don't have enough students, and really we're bound in terms of our master schedule to the number of students who elect to take that class. So as much as Mr. Macias may like a particular class, if he's the only one who signs up for it, then we can't teach, you know, whatever it is that he signed up for because you're the only student that wants to be in that class. So we go by our elections, and if we have enough where the class makes, then we can do an AP class. Oftentimes, if there's not enough students who don't want the AP, we'll offer the dual credit. But if more students say they want dual credit, then you have to go in there if you want the honors class. If more students say they want the AP, even if you wanted dual credit, you have to go into the AP class if that's where the
Yeah.
elections were.
I think we found the one glitch was if you want to do dual credit, you have to sign up for it in spring.
You're
But you
absolutely
sign
correct.
up for AP on your course selection.
You are
You don't
absolutely
find out till the first day of school your AP didn't make.
Yes,
You now can't get back into dual, or technically by the real rules. I mean, we'll find exceptions, I'm sure. But they're not signing up for dual credit because they don't know their AP is not going to make next year.
I would agree. I think that if you, now, as a principal, what I would do is then work with those parents, if the class didn't make, to see if I could get them into the dual credit class. And if they were willing to do that, then we would see what we could do to get them in.
Yeah.
But most of the time,
Continue to encourage kids, you know, to be taking those advanced level classes and just make sure our balance of advanced, medium, you know, those types of classes, that's staying kind of consistent and we have kids striving for the best.
Yes, ma'am.
That they can do.
I would say another factor that's in there, and I don't know if it makes a difference, but I know when I was a principal, and I hate to keep saying that, but in the 9th grade, 10th grade, and 11th grade, you see more options to take AP programs. And then in the 12th grade, you see more options to try and get out half a day. So it's difficult to encourage the
And even
upper
fall
level.
when they still care.
Yes,
Spring,
yeah.
teach AP in spring.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a harder group. Couple other questions on here. Was this a typo? The AP for next year is gonna be 98, not 89, right? Is that a flipped number? Mr. Holmes, go home.
No, there's a $9 fee that the school can charge.
Okay.
That we waive.
Oh,
so that
perfect.
that fee doesn't go to the kids. or-
Okay. And in our final sum, parents are still paying $25 a test unless they're free and reduced, right? So is that
This, what we're asking,
estimate?
right, this
Is another
estimate of,
25 coming out, or this is like the net?
this would take care of all AP
Okay,
testing.
after
for
including,
every-
we've already
right.
adjusted for the 25?
That is assuming worst-case scenario, so to speak, as far as, because there is also a fee reduction that the state generally approves
Yep.
every year.
Yep.
But we don't get to know that until October.
Okay.
And so then they'll say, because it depends how much money's available. And so that's an issue that could come up. And then with the number of kids who are going to end up being free or reduced lunch or whatever other
Yep.
fees, the price that we quoted you there is a maximum
Okay.
limit.
To take care of everything.
But once we pay our 25 and we get the fee reductions and we do all those other things, it'll probably be way less than that. So, okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Would you like to make the motion, Ms. Ryan?
I motion to approve the AP registration and ordering, district access renewal.
Second.
Oh, my microphone wasn't on. Do I need to do it again?
Motion passes. Now we're on to our discussion and consideration of action items. 8A, discussion and possible action to consider superintendent's recommendation regarding designation of 10 non-business days for consideration of Public Information Act request for calendar years 2023 and 2024. Dr. Fields?
Yes, sir. House Bill 3033 came up with a declaration that unless it's a federal holiday or a weekend, then those days can be added to the number of 10 days that we have to respond to PIA requests. So this is a recommendation from Dr. Taganow to identify certain days that we won't be able to respond, and then acknowledge those days that we will have to respond to the 10-day request. Do you have anything to add, Dr. Taganow?
Just that typically we have 10 business days to respond to an open records request, and what this piece of law says is it limits that to only weekends, state and federal holidays. And so they do allow us to designate up to 10 non-business days, and so that would cover things like July 4th week off, Battle of the Flowers, Christmas holidays, and Thanksgiving holidays, but they only give us 10 per calendar year. So what you see as an example, or as the proposal, is for the remainder of the 2023 calendar year, we're able to allot the 10 non-business days that you would approve to the November and December holiday, making it so that we would only need to respond during one day that the district is actually closed. For the 2024 calendar year, you can see designated red and blue days where they are actual district holidays, but because we can only designate up to 10 per calendar year, we would have to respond to open records requests during those times that we are closed.
Any questions? I have the motion language. Let me read that. I move that the district designate the following days as non-business days in accordance with the Texas Government Code Section 552.0031 for the 2023 calendar year. November 20th, 2023, November 21st, 2023, November 22nd, 2023, December 19th, 2023, December 20th, 2023, December 21st, 2023, and December 22nd, 2023, to include December 27th and 28th, 2023, and December 29th, 2023. And further move to designate the following days as non-business days in accordance with Texas Government Code Section 552.0031 for the 2024 calendar year. March 13th, 14th, 15th, 2024, July 3rd, and July 5th of 2024, November 25th, 26th, 27th of 2024, December 27th, 2024, and December 31st, 2024.
Second.
Thank you.
And
Could you
thank you
repeat
for
that?
reading that,
Could you repeat
Mr.
that?
Macias.
Thank you, Dr. Taganow, for that very thorough agenda item. Let's go ahead and vote, please. There you go. All right, and that motion's approved. One of the fun duties as board president is you manage the agenda and you guess your time. I had us finishing this part up at 8:45. We're a little ahead of schedule for those that are watching the clock. But we obviously have some more items, but we are ahead as of right now. So let's go ahead and move forward to discussion items, reports. And we have the emergency temporary chiller placement at Millers Point School.
Yes, sir.
So go ahead.
This is an item that I brought to you guys a while back. Basically, under CH Local, the superintendent has the authority in an emergency situation to go in and make a purchase based on the needs of the district. This was one where we had the chiller go down at Millers Point. We brought in a temporary chiller for $27,000, and they're charging us about $18,000 a month to maintain the temporary chiller until we can get that compressor that I talked about earlier that comes in. And that should be here by no later than December. I just wanted to make sure that for discussion purposes, we brought this back to the board and discussed with you what was going on there. But everything's under control. Everybody's being cooled down at the campus. It's just that we had to move ahead and establish it for 27, and it's costing us $18,000 a month to operate. Any questions?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on our discussion agenda is bond project management, and it's pretty broad, but Ms. Ryan, go right ahead, please.
Okay, so we talked about, great update on the, 2013, 2016, 2017, and kind of where we're at on some of those projects. Those weren't, some of them were things that needed to be done, but, like the house wasn't burning down. So if a couple of those got delayed, it wasn't super high visibility. Some of those on there are, but I know there were hiccups with those. But now we're into 2022 bond. And I printed the list from the scope from the bond page. And it's, if I count campus by campus, it's like 300 some projects. Now granted, some of them are the same thing. Some are technology, some are facilities. And I've seen some of the technology stuff. I saw access card readers. I saw the RFP go out on the page for that. But there are a lot of little construction projects out there. And while we've gotten the 2 new schools well underway, the other projects have not started going anywhere yet. And
Would you like to see what we have for the
sure.
first
Oh,
part?
is there a presentation? Yeah.
Yes, I asked Dr. Gosh to go ahead and put through, basically the way it's gone is, remember what I was saying when we sold all the bonds at the same time for 2016? What we're trying to do is stagger the sales on this one so we don't have this, everything needing to be replaced at the same time because we bought everything at the same time scenario. We've learned that in the past. So we sold $90 million on the first sale of the bonds. And of the $90 million we sold, we tried to break this up. If you look at this category at the top, it says 2023, and then it has a listing of the things that we were supposed to start or try in that 2023 category. Then in 2024, 2025, and so on, moving out 5 years for each one. So you can see of the things that you see listed there for 2023, the ones, we have some in yellow, one in brown, and some in green. Do you want to speak to the specificity of the different colors, Dr.
Absolutely.
Gosh?
I'd be
And
glad-
Mr.
I'd be happy
Guidry,
to.
you want to come up?
Yes, so the colors, the green indicates projects that were started and have been completed as of today, 100% complete on those projects. The yellow ones are projects that we have started and that, for the most part, I know on my end, the ones that are there, those that are slated in yellow, those will all be done before the end of this calendar year. And I know on the FMP projects, I can let Mr. Guidry talk to those pieces in terms of where they're at. But it means those projects are actually in progress and they have been started. The orange ones, those are ones that actually belong to me. And the reason that they're orange is that we haven't fully started and we haven't asked you for those funds, but they are projects that we are currently reviewing and in some cases even testing. So for example, you see the door monitoring, we actually have put we have a demo unit of a door monitoring that integrates with our other security measures, such as the cameras and the access control and all that. It is a component of that. And we are actually testing it out at one of our campuses right now. And so through that process, we will begin to look at bringing that in. But I would also say on some of those, the state requires specific types of licensure in order to install things like cameras, access control, and even the door monitors because of how they're tied in. And it's somewhat of a small pool of people that can do that. And right now, the same people that we have installing all of our cameras are the exact same people that will need to probably install all of the access control that will also need to install the other. So they are staggered somewhat. So that's one of the reasons that the camera project, We've done phase one, we're into phase two, the contractors are being contracted for that. But then that's why we've delayed a little bit on the second phase of the access control, which is the RFP that Ms. Ryan was speaking to.
Also, I'd like to add, so if you see up there, again, as you mentioned, Ms. Ryan, the two biggest projects, of course, were middle school 6, which we're off and running with that, and in addition to elementary, number 21. But we also made sure, not so much on the facility side, we had to purchase our buses, right? So we purchased 15 buses that should be in sometime in December. But our next projects that we are going to get started on, and I have spoken with our team about this, is in the roofs, right? And the AC units that are going into the gym areas as well too. So those are kind of what we're trying to prioritize. But keep in mind, as Dr. Field mentioned, was that on that first withdrawal was $90 million. We want to ensure that we have enough money to make sure we start those projects. But again, our biggest ones right now is to ensure that we get air conditioners in those, but it's going to be a process to start getting architects in immediately to start looking at that, in addition to start working on those roofs as well too. So we could try to get all those into one project.
And we're hashing out the design on the elementary, but you know that we're
Correct.
moving forward with that. In addition, on the buses, we actually contracted for 15, not just the 12. So that was 1.5 million that we were able to spend and get the buses in.
And that was one of the first big purchases that we made out of that, was to make sure that we had our buses to increase our fleet.
And one of the ones that you may notice that's highlighted yellow for the firewalls has no dollar amount in there. We actually anticipated drawing on that and starting that project next year. That project will be done within the next 15 days. So we were a little bit ahead on that one because we had the capability to do it and could schedule it. So we are a little bit ahead on that component.
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on. So, money is not our limiting factor, because if we tell our bond people to go sell all the rest of the bonds, they'll go out tomorrow and they'll sell the bonds. Bond has, the board has that authority to sell every single one of them right now. So money is not limiting our ability to get any of this done. We can just always go sell more until we hit our maximum dollar amount.
No.
So what is our limiting factor?
Accessibility and people who can go out and do it. Right now,
Which people?
well, let's say that the perimeter fencing.
Yes.
Everyone in the state of Texas is trying to get perimeter fencing right now. So it's difficult for us to shotgun and get all of the campuses in the district that may need it done.
But we have no
Simultaneously.
RFP out on the page.
Again, no.
Okay.
But
'Cause that's my issue, is that we make I hear a lot of assumptions on things about how long it might take, or we might not be able to find a competent company, or we might not be able to, but yet none of and I'm not talking I see the technology stuff moving, like I'm watching those RFPs, I'm seeing the stuff come in front of the board.
but
I'm talking the 72 million in itty bitty construction projects all over the entire campus, from perimeter fencing to roofs to gym security, to vestibules, all those other things that we had.
when you say gym security,
Like the gyms, I don't like calling it just gym air conditioning, because it's far more than just the doors have to be secured and pulled down, and doors have to lock, there's stuff that's gonna be done to those gyms to make them secure. There was doors and other things when we went out for the bond to make sure everything was secure at those gyms also, and pool inside too, as a bonus. Is we haven't bid any of these things out, and I'm trying to figure out, if we haven't bid them out, we can't say there's a limitation in the industry to be able to do these, because we haven't asked anybody to do them yet. So we don't know. If we put a bid out there for Olympia Elementary, and we say, hey, we need someone to come in, secure these doors, insulate this baby, and stick some air conditioning on it and a card reader, we have no idea right now if some commercial HVAC company in San Antonio or for somewhere else will bid on that project, and we don't know what chiller they'll pick for it, or which equipment, and how long the backlog may or may not be. And we're not even in line for the backlog of equipment if we've never bid it out. So
I hear your concern. I want to be clear that this was a 22 bond,
Yep.
and the bonds were sold in in March.
Yep.
So from then, we've been moving forward. And the first priority was to make sure that we got middle school 6 underway, so it will be complete on time, fall of 2025. Then we did the same with the elementary school, and we're on our way. That will be complete fall of 2025. You can see that there's a host of other things that we've started moving forward on as well. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I'm
'cause
trying to
get
just
you,
impress
what makes
that.
this go faster?
Well-
What makes this go faster?
What can't, what makes it go faster is that there's certain processes that you have to go through with procurement in public education where we can't just say, close the doors, put some AC in, do this stuff. One is that if the school is in session, it's going to be difficult to shut down the gym to allow for the insulation that you can't air condition a paper bag, a plastic bag. You have to go in and reinforce your installation. You may have to do some roof work, and then you have to bring in, a system in that connects with the rest of the campus. And that's not something that you want to do while the kids are trying to
That's no
participate in
different. They're not using the
extracurricular.
gym right now for a month anyway, so, because it's 187 degrees out. So nobody's using the gym right now. They're not even allowed out at recess. So I don't know how that's different than not using the gym for a month.
I think you'd be
January,
hard pressed to say
February,
that none of the
when
schools are using their gyms right now.
So-
Yes, ma'am.
Well, if they
So
are,
we-
they probably shouldn't be.
We have elementary schools that have AC in their gyms right now.
Some of them, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So
No, I'm
they-
talking about the ones without.
Yes, so those guys are not going out for recess, but they are figuring out a schedule so that kids can have physical
Yeah.
activity in their
Yeah.
gym, right? You are correct. It's very difficult for those guys to go out to recess now. I think the temperature outside today was 109.
Yeah, I think TA's got us on a no recess all week.
And so we had lots of conversations about, even PE, what does that look like? In some cases, being outside the gym is actually cooler than being inside the gym. So we have to be really, really cautious about, making a blanket statement about this is what's happening, because not all elementary schools
Yeah,
have
and I
that
guess more of my
situation.
point was, let's say if we could get and I'm sorry, I always pick on Olympia because it's the closest one to me that doesn't have air conditioning geographically to my house, is that in January, when it's cold and people can put on hats and gloves, that PE teacher can't be doing all sorts of outside PE stuff and close down, the gym. I mean, we tore down half a Kitty Hawk and rebuilt stuff while students were in session. We built the whole second half of veterans while kids were in session.
In a different building, in different
not-
buildings though. And
Veterans
I,
is attached
I can tell you the one,
to the building.
I can tell you the campus that we did try and do this while it was up and running was Dr. Saunders' campus.
And it was a nightmare.
And we were trying to build a plane as she walked kids down the runway for lunch in a cafeteria where we're trying to remodel the cafeteria. It's difficult. And we have to do this the right way, and it's a delicate dance, but we've been doing it for years.
But even though we're not even ready for next summer, I mean, we could be doing summer school at our new campuses, throw summer school at all the new ones that have the air-conditioned gyms. But if we're not even in the design RFP process, it can't even happen next summer. Because I will say, a projection like this is not what was sold to our community on this bond.
I can tell
Perimeter
you,
fencing and air conditioning stretching all the way out to 2027 and 2028. I am not okay with that, and I know my community is not okay with that at all. And so if the limiting capacity.
so we didn't let them
is
know that it would
our
take that we could use 5 years to get this stuff done? There was an impression given that this would all be immediate?
Oh, yes, that literally they had packets and were ready to execute. That everything was ready. We had all the designs, we were ready to knock all this stuff out. That's what was put on
I can
the
tell you I
planning
wasn't
and
part of
zoning.
that process. I'd probably have to defer to Dr. Taganow, but was that the impression that was given? That all of this would be done
I don't recall pushing out
simultaneously at once?
any literature that said it would get done immediately. I think that, yes, as quickly as we could possibly do it, but I don't recall them saying we had packages ready to go.
We didn't.
Well, Ms. Ryan,
I was at,
So,
I
I'm
was
sorry.
going to say, if we could let some other
Yes,
colleagues
yep, and then
talk.
I'll
Ms.
wrap.
Canoyer, go right
So
ahead, please.
what I'm hearing you saying, Ms. Ryan, I'm going to borrow your verbiage, Dr. Saunders, is that you want to know if there's something the board can do to equip the district to move a little faster, particularly on the fencing and the gym air conditioning, because those are the two major security issues that we have for our little kids.
Yeah, if we're being limited, because I know we have to type up an RFP, right? Like somebody has to sit and write the scope.
Right, and
Someone's got to go through the proposal. So if the limiting factor is the number of people we have at district staff who have the ability to pump these things out and start planning and all the coordination and do all of that stuff, if we can't do that internally, that's okay. It's okay to say we can't do this. We don't put that as a ding on you, type thing. And what I'm seeing is we're not able to get it done with who we have quick, in a very lockstep, we've got a firm plan type thing. Is it time to start looking outside? Because if we can't hire project managers and we can't hire more people to work in our facilities office to do this, then is it time to go look outside to companies that do this professionally? Which I never thought I'd heard myself say, because I was always a proponent against those types of things. But that's to the point where I'm at now, is if we need to hire this out because the limiting factor is the amount of manpower we have at our district, that's where I feel I'm heading to over the last month.
And that's what I was going to say. I think people think that we're a big district, and so our facilities department is a big department, but it's got, 6 people in it. So, if you're doing, and I'm kind of addressing the public here with this. If you're doing upgrades on your home, right, it's easy for you to get some contractors to come in, and they can start immediately. And the scope and sequence that's involved with the type of projects that we're doing is so much more involved than it is for a homeowner. And things do take time, and school buildings require many more steps for inspection and approvals and all those kinds of things than your home renovation does. And so I don't want them to think that we're dragging it out, but I do agree that those two areas are hugely important to our community. And if we can bring in someone else to help us manage those two areas specifically, the fencing and the air conditioning gyms, then maybe that's something that we need to look at.
Go ahead, sir.
Let me have, I'm going to let Dr. Fields talk, then you, Ms. Eaton. Go ahead, Dr. Fields.
I would only say that I understand what you're saying, Ms. Kenoyer. I agree. I think all the areas that we went out for are important, and we need to get them done as quickly as possible. I would say that this procurement process is just a process that's required across the state, and I'm not confident that it will be able to move much quicker than what we're doing. I will say that if there's certain areas that if we want to go out and get a project manager to come in, and maybe that may expedite things, I'm all for it. I would say, though, that it's my understanding that when we went out for this, when we budgeted for all of the things that we have listed here, that we didn't have project management in the budget. Would that be correct? So as we go forward, if we can stay within those spending parameters, then I'm all for it. I would hate to find ourselves in a situation where we can't complete what we promised the voters because we now chose to go out and bring someone else in who's going to take a percentage of those funds as they expedite the process on getting things done. But if this will make it quicker, I'm all for it. It's all about getting it done for us.
Ms. Eaton?
2 things. One, we are in the process of replacing one of our employees that departed, right? Dr. Fields from that department.
Yes, ma'am. And we
So
have.
are we gonna look more towards somebody that has a heavier background in project management?
Matter of fact, we put out for a assistant director project manager. We've already got several quality people who have applied for it.
And so that should put us where we need to be with that. Because if I'm not mistaken, when we talked about this before, and we were talking about bringing in an outside company, it's not just a matter of, and this is for the public, it's not just a matter of hiring someone to come in and do the job. These guys come in and take a percentage of your bond. And what we were coming up with was over $3 million. And we decided that that would be extremely irresponsible of us to spend $3 million of that money to pay somebody to overlook or oversee what we can hire somebody and have them permanently on our staff to do. And so we kind of got tripped up because we lost a very valuable member of that team. I'll just say that about that, and they are in the process of replacing that person. Okay, so long as we get somebody with a heavier background in hey, I'm a project manager. I will volunteer to come in and help them. Okay, I went to UTSA for it. But my point is, long as we get somebody with a heavier background in project management, we should be fine. We shouldn't have to go and pay somebody $3 million of that bond money to get this done. You guys are doing a great job. I see the work that's being done, and I already know about the pitfalls. Those are some obstacles that there's nothing you can do about but to continue to just move forward. The one thing that I do agree with, that I have heard this evening, is perhaps we can check with Dr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe like John Wayne, a local company, they build their own stuff. Maybe check with a company like that or Buyer Boys and see if we can special order them through them and they have them made at their factory or facility, and that might expedite it because
I think the guarantee.
55 weeks.
I can tell you, I think the guarantee of making sure that an entire gymnasium is cooled year-round is maybe a little bit outside their scope. But to everyone's point, we need to get started with, putting out a request for qualifications on which type of architects could design how this is going to go moving forward and incorporate all the things that Ms. Ryan stated that it was her understanding we were going to do at each one of those gyms.
Yeah.
It's more than, if she's saying that it was more than just putting air conditioning into them, what were those other things and how can we incorporate that?
Well, when we talked about doing the air conditioners, we understood then, we were told by Helen, you can't just go in, put a air conditioner that size on top of those current roofs. So the
They'll fall
roofs
in.
have to be redone, and the gyms are not insulated. So
There's a
again,
lot.
I think you used the analogy of air conditioning a paper bag. So they have to go in and do the insulation, probably gonna have to put up drywall and all that kind of stuff, and reinforce those roofs in order to hold those systems.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and then all the duct work.
Yes, ma'am.
So that was explained to us by Ellen.
Yes, ma'am. Again, we need to move forward with determining which architect company can come in and start that process.
And we will. We will.
I know there's a sense of urgency for all of them. There's 11 of those buildings across the district. There's a sense of urgency for all 11 to be done simultaneously. We can contract out and see if we can do that, but there's a lot more that goes on with that than just having someone come over and start working on the building. It's how it's going to affect the campus, how we're going to be able to move the students back and forth. There's just a lot more that goes along with it.
Yeah, because right now is not a good time to be turning off all the power in the building with those babies in there. I'm sorry. I was just saying, right now is not the time to turn off the power in those schools to get this done with those babies in there. That'll be a disaster.
I'm going to go ahead and take a moment to respond. I have Ms. Stanford next, and then Stephanie, our new board member, Ms. Faulkner. I got to remember that. Stephanie's the first thing that comes out. But I will tell you that, I share some of the concerns in our community about the urgency. I have been trying to add a construction management company to our board agenda since January, and it was pushed back several times, and then it got to a point where our projects were beginning, so it wasn't as needed, because the projects had already started. But my intent was to have a level of expertise that could support our team, because there's small, as Ms. Canoyer had mentioned, it's not large like Northside or even Alamo Colleges, where I came from, and we had bond projects there. So the idea is we need extra support because I think it helps net the results we want. And if we buy a team, that team are all experts. But I do also share with Ms. Eaton's concern. We do have parameters, costs. We can't, if we don't have it in our bond budget, that's not good to go over. But I do think that if you, Dr. Fields, start doing that legwork to look for a construction management company, we can negotiate cost parameters. One thing that I've heard often when we go to conferences and I talk to different construction management companies is they promise you they're so efficient that they'll find you savings. I don't know how that is, that's your job, but that's their sell point. But the thing is, there is urgency with the safety component, and I know that we capitalized on the campuses, and that's also important. We had Kitty Hawk blowing up, and I mean, we just have to move forward. But I do want more safety. And in our last board meeting, for those that did not watch that part of the meeting, we did talk about putting expectations out. Part of where there's dissatisfaction in the community is the community has no idea what these timelines look like. We have no timelines on campus for some of the things that we've done. This report is fantastic to kind of show what we're focusing on.
It's posted online as well. Now, this report's not posted online, but posted online is what's supposed to be done at each particular campus.
And
Correct?
obviously,
Yes, correct.
and obviously, we do need to convey to our community those projects that have started and where we are, to update them. The Growth and Planning Committee would be a good place to focus that energy as well.
Yes, sir.
But I feel and hear you, we're moving, but obviously, safety and security is why I pushed for it personally to be on the agenda and eventually on the ballot for November of 2022, because I know it matters to our community.
Yes, sir.
So at that point, I'll defer to Ms. Stanford. Ms. Stanford.
We've mentioned fencing and the air conditioning, cooling as part of the security needs. What other items are part of security that are pushed way out? I'm wondering if Wi-Fi isn't that part of security too? Wouldn't that affect?
So, and I can speak to that. So on the Wi-Fi, in order to do a lot of the expansion that is there, we are currently in the process, and I can tell you our E-rate applications that we've done for the last several years are all circumvented around Wi-Fi. The last one that we did, we ordered the materials in June of 2021. We're not done, and I still don't have all of the materials to do that. They're hoping that they could at least get that portion of the project done by next year. So the projects that are here also require some of the other components that you see there. The replacement of our cores, the replacement of our switches, so that we have the capacity to handle additional Wi-Fi. So we have Wi-Fi coverage at all of the campuses. What this actually does is replace some of the older models with some of the newer ones. And we are already in the process of applying for those E-rate applications to help offset some of the costs that are here associated with that. So we may incur some additional savings by going through that E-rate process with that. But it's spread out over the course of several years because it is work that is done that we actually do with contractors. So we have contracting companies that we already contract with in order to replace some of that. And so that project, I guess you could probably even say it could be yellow because it is kind of an ongoing thing, and it is something that we have done over the last 4 or 5 years. In fact, we just redid the entire structure of our Wi-Fi last year. And so we have a brand new structure for the interior of how that works. So it's not a single point of failure, and it's one of those components that we will continue to add to, but it does have to be spread out because it isn't possible for us to take down the entire network. Like even this weekend when we did firewalls, we can't replace all of them at one time because we can't leave the district unprotected. So we have to do that in stages. And the same thing goes for all of the other components. In addition to, if you look at one of the components that's there, is the Network Operations Center. That building has to be there, and we have to add that in order to handle the load that it will take on our network. So, and we also have a Network Operations Center that is going into the new middle school. And so all of that equipment needs to be in place as well in order to do some of the additional Wi-Fi expansion that's there. So it's not that it is not a need, but it is a need that has to be staggered so that our network doesn't crash, because we are adding a lot of components to that. Everything we're adding security-wise all goes on our switches, which is why there's additional switch dollars there that we will begin the process of replacing and adding to next year.
So I'm wondering what else is part of the security package that the public was counting on that is stretched out, because I can't necessarily identify security in every one of these items. I can't tell what goes into the security part and what's something else.
The whole bond was safety and security, the whole bond.
That whole top layer is 172 million from,
Okay.
what is it, line number 4 all the way to 32 on an Excel sheet.
Okay.
That's all safety, security.
Then I would say I wouldn't be excited about spending $3 million either, just to pay for manager. But I feel we've lost a lot of time. And now we have a public that's questioning us and our ability to meet the obligation. So I almost think it's an expense we might have to seriously consider to assure the public that we're going to take care of this obligation well.
Ms. Faulkner?
So the question that I have, based on everything I've heard, is, are there temporary measures in place? Because obviously this was important enough to create the whole bond itself. Are there temporary measures in place for our gyms for security, or for fencing for security?
Again, I was not involved in the preparation of this particular bond. I think a lot of things were sold as security in terms of not your traditional safety of, standing by the door, keeping kids safe. It's too hot in the gym. It's a safety and security issue. We need to cool it down. As I look at what's posted online, and I can only go by what was given to me when I took over. As you see here, this is Olympia. These are the things that are supposed to get done in green. It says gym air conditioning, not gym fasten down the doors, secure the building. It says gym air conditioning. As you can see what we have here. And this is what I was given in terms of what we were supposed to do. Now, I'm not saying that we can't go back out and see if we can incorporate all those things that I'm hearing now that we're supposed to get done when we do the architectural design, but this is what we have.
And Ms. Faulkner, to answer your question, as I tour the campuses in my district, the campus leadership have taken steps, and so there have been like a Kitty Hawk. We have put fencing and to secure, so there's been those efforts put in, but we can reinforce them obviously with bond funding for those particular projects.
Dr. Fields,
Yes, ma'am.
just as a reminder, at the very end of last year, right after the tragedy happened in Uvalde, we put in those campus protocols in place to ensure that campuses were safe while we parsed out the bond projects that were going to ensure it. So just as a reminder.
Correct.
Dr. Fields?
Yes, ma'am.
I may add one thing. So part of our access control project is actually adding, and I know for like the roll-up doors, that doesn't necessarily do anything, but we are adding the badge access controls to those gymnasium doors that are outward facing. So that is already happening, and that RFP, those are the additional doors. So that RFP is out right now. We'll be bringing that to you in September. So that's one additional layer that we're adding to actually all of the gyms. So it will affect all of our gyms and all the doors that are there as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Eaton?
Dr. Gosh, I just had one quick question. This 40, what is that, 40, yeah. Is that part of the licensing? You know how you come to us and let us know we have certain licenses that are up and we have to get them renewed? Is that built into this money already?
Yes, so any of the licensing that was associated with anything like the security cameras or anything like that, all of that was included for a minimum of 5 years across the board on all of those systems.
Oh, good.
And the licensing for that, a lot of the expense that you see here is in the purchase of the equipment, the additional electrical that has to go into it, and then the installation. And so the licensing fees are things that we can continue to perpetuate after the bond is over. And should there be any additional funds left over, that's something that we could look at in the end. Because when we are doing our pricing, we are looking at those competitive pieces and seeing where we can save dollars out of the bond so that we have those to attribute either to other projects going forward or to increase the continuance of what is already here.
I just want to add quickly that we do have growth and planning meetings scheduled. I know I sat down with Nicole, so that is coming up. We scheduled how many? Was 6 maybe, or?
We're having quarterly meetings. Our
Quarterly
first meeting
meetings,
is
correct.
in September, so those invites will be going back out to those committee members. And of course, it is an open invite.
And we will be providing updates too as well during those meetings, as well with the board meetings. But we do have those scheduled, growth and planning meetings.
Well, for the sake of moving this item along, you've heard from all of us. Ms. Rodriguez, did you want to add any comment? Yes, please, Jen. Yes, please.
So what I'm hearing from the board is, number one, that the fencing and the gym air conditioning are two priority pieces. And I think that's because like those are very public things that the community can see on their campus. And, you know, a lot of the other things like that we have moved on are harder to see, right? Like it's hard to see that like cameras have been installed and things like that. And so maybe where like the breakdown is more in the way that this is prioritized out. And I think probably all of us were a little surprised to see the gym air conditioning project being scoped out all the way to 2028, right? Because like a child who's in kindergarten now won't benefit from that. And so, and that's hard for a parent to hear, especially a parent who voted for this bond and put their trust into that. And so I don't know that I agree that we need like a project management firm to come in. If we need extra capacity, of course, like I'm supporting that, but it sounds like maybe what I'm hearing from everybody is that maybe a reprioritization of just those two things might be and then we maybe understand that like things like Wi-Fi and those kinds of cabling projects are necessary to improve the overall infrastructure, but aren't as maybe urgent as those two things.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mr. I had my button pushed could I respond to a few of those things before you wrap us up?
No, I was about to respond to that.
Okay.
But if you don't mind.
Yes,
you
no,
don't.
you point to me when it's my turn.
So I believe that our department is probably in a position to learn, and the experts on a construction management company can actually help our team be better at their function. So my take, Jenny, I mean, as we're talking through it, is I'm getting a sense that we want someone else to come in and help our administration, because I think it will help. And Dr. Fields, you'll ultimately make that decision when you start evaluating companies to come in. But obviously, we still need to know how much it's going to cost, get a sense of what these things will look like. Maybe they can give you a focus on the areas that we're talking that are priority. But at this point, we're still trying to onboard someone who, we haven't even hired anybody. So it just sounds like at this point, we've given some patience to the previous leadership, and we're still here. So that's what I'm sensing, and so I'll defer to Ms. Ryan to wrap up.
Sorry, I've been jotting down a few notes. Did you say you had applicants for the assistant director position or the executive director position? You're hiring both, right?
We're hiring
Both.
more than both. We're
Okay,
we're
all right.
hiring a project
Yes,
manager as
Because
well.
that's my concern. We've lost.
We
an
have
executive director.
applicants for both. Yes.
Okay, we've been trying to hire construction project managers for
We've
6
got-
months, and we haven't been able to hire anybody. So, again, it's not that anyone in our facilities department is not working their butt off every day. Please don't think that. This is just a huge, huge project. And keep in mind, the board never voted on whether or not they were going to spend $3 million on a bond construction management company. And also, careful with that number. That $3 million was for a $345 million bond. We are not, nobody's talking about sending the entire $345 million bond out, because we got the schools under control. We're on it. We got designs, we got architects. I have utmost faith that the team you
I
have
feel
in
like
place
we have
right
it all
now-
under control, but I
All
understand
of-
your
Yeah,
concern.
I know that those are under control. We're getting all over the 2016, 17
Mm-hmm.
projects. So the price tag, we don't know to bid out the 72 million.
I have
that are
no
left,
problem looking into it.
unless we do it. And let's keep in mind, we made 3.6 million in interest in 3 months. So when we're starting to talk about security of our kids, we made more than that on our investments. If we're talking about $3 million just out of a savings account, because interest rates are high. So, you know, for me.
I hear what
Hold on,
you're
let me
saying.
finish. I got a couple more notes, and then I'll turn it back over to you, and I'm gonna let the board do what they're gonna do. But we all know we're gonna need another bond in 2025. Our schools are busting at the seams. Escondido and Coronado and other schools are not, even with the new school, it is not enough to sustain our growth. So this projection, I can't go back out to my community for another bond. It's not gonna happen. They're gonna mutiny. And especially when I hear comments alluding to like, oh, the HVAC in the gyms was just a sham marketing tool that we disguised as security. I will tell you, there are people watching at home right now
said
that are screaming at their YouTube.
Well, but
Right
who
now-
said that it was a
I-
sham marketing tool?
Dr. Fields, you've been asked before not to interrupt. I'm gonna finish mine and then I'm gonna turn off my mic.
But you're
and
saying
let
things
Mr.
that are
McHugh-
disingenuous, man.
Okay, I wrote down the words, and I guess everybody at home can watch, that it was sold, that the bond was sold and marketed, that HVAC was security. Okay, well, when those kids are out there and something happens on their campus, and no one has a way to get in and secure, that is safety. And that is the security of our children. And that's the way the bond was sold, because that's what our community believes. So we're not seeing things move. And I'm not okay with this taking this long to get these done. I would like to see what a bond construction management company looks like. I would like this out for proposal and to see what they come back with so we can make a true decision and do a cost-benefit analysis as the board. And in that 3 weeks it takes you to get the proposals back, all 7 of us can go out and we can all go talk to all of our constituents. Tell them to come back and watch this portion of the board meeting and ask them what they think of this. And then we can all come back and we can vote whatever our people who have elected us as the trustees, however they feel, then we're gonna all come back and vote the way that we feel represents our community. But I don't think we can do that until we have 3 to 5 proposals sitting in our hand and we truly know what this looks like. I just know that 2028 is not what my community wants.
Well, Ms. Ryan, I think you had Dr. Fields already at yes before your commentary, so your commentary was a little bit over the edge, but Dr. Fields, you're okay then with at least exploring that opportunity to see what that might look like for those 2 priority items?
I have no problem with exploring it.
Certainly, I appreciate that, and
I do feel like I want to say a few things.
of course. Yeah, go right ahead.
There's nothing more important to the people around this desk than the safety of the students in the district. And I apologize if anyone who works in the district is getting the impression that you're not getting the job done. I know the work and effort that you're putting in, and I hope that's not the perception that's out there. I also would like to say that I would hate for people to think that by getting a project manager in some way now all the students are safe in Judson ISD and they're unsafe if we don't do it. I have no problem with looking into it. I love the idea of narrowing the focus to making sure the fences are out there, and we've built schools and processed bonds in the past. I don't think that the district has tried to sham anyone as well. So I just wanted to stay focused on keeping students safe and doing what's best for Judson ISD.
Ms. Canoyer.
I think when you said, this is my interpretation of what happened, when you said that the air conditioning the gyms was a health measure, it's much more than that. One, you're correct, it is a health measure because we know the world is not going to get cooler. Okay, boom. But also, when we have those doors open and there's an emergency, that is absolutely a safety and security measure. And one of the things we promised to our people is that we were going to move quickly. Now, there is a disconnect in what you heard about moving quickly and how things move quickly. We didn't have the money to go out to architects to get designs done, anything, until the bond passed. Exactly, and the bonds were sold, we had the money in hand. So I hope everybody out there is hearing that we do see this as a priority. I also am uncomfortable with the air conditioning lasting that long. I would really like to see us, what we can do. And I have absolutely no problem with our facilities department. You guys do work your tails off. Absolutely you do. There's just not enough of you. You know, during the years when we don't have these great big bonds, our facilities department is on it, taking care of the small projects that we have and making sure everything's updated. But when we have something this massive of, what, 12 schools, 11 schools at least, that have to have, then maybe we need a little help. And maybe it doesn't have to be a company. Maybe it's a consultant. I don't know. But there are things out there I think that we could bring in to help us move on this. And I don't want there to be friction because I don't think anybody up here believes that any of this is not important work. I just don't see that at all from my colleagues. Maybe how we express things comes across differently, but this is priorities for all of us.
Yeah, and I'll just conclude, echo those sentiments, and I do think you understand that, that desire for the board to look into some options. Clearly, it should be noted too that I know that the entire staff is working hard, but extra resources, you know, never hurt. And the whole purpose is just to help and help us move forward. So let's go ahead and move forward. Consensus has already been, it's just discussion. So our next item is on the current enrollment staffing numbers. Ms. Ryan, you put this on the agenda?
Yeah, so I was kind of hoping to get an idea if we were at 20,000, 24,000 or 30,000 students, but
We're at 23.
23 or so?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you at least, obviously, as we've talked about, when we were talking about student outcomes and that commitment to 1 to 21 and 1 to 22, obviously I know enrollment is a minute-by-minute changing number. So that's, people are coming in and somebody's logging on right now, registering their kid in the system right now. So I know that this is a moving target. But can you kind of talk us through what controls you have in place and what the next couple weeks look like? So let me just give a couple of examples. So obviously class rosters don't mean kids show up, right? So somebody's rolling around with 30 kids on their class roster, but over the last 2 days, they've only seen 18 of them. So they're happy, they're good, right? That Marilyn McKinney's happy. She's got less than 22 sitting in her desk. So, but for the classes that in the last couple days are over 22, 23, 24, I'm hearing 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, literal kids in seats in a couple of pockets and type things. What is the immediate plan for the ones where we do have the kids showing up? Is that a principal level? Is going out hiring? And then can you talk us through then next week, once you start taking kids off rosters, can you talk us through cross-leveling? I think it'll help the public understand what's going on kind of right now and what they can kind of expect to see across their campuses between now and kind of that Monday over Labor Day. Because kids are going to move classes, and classes may be big now, and they may not get rearranged for a week and a half, just so everybody knows we are on a glide path to 1 to 21, 1 to 22. It just might not have looked like that today if you were on a campus.
I believe we are on 1 to 21. If you were to look at the campuses in terms of where we were and where we staffed at in May, we were at about 25,002. Yep. Now we're at about 23,000. We would not go out and hire anyone else until we did a look across the entire district. Right now, we actually spoke with every principal yesterday and asked them if they had any of those pockets, and all principals assured us that they didn't have any classes where they had an increase of students that they couldn't manage on their campus themselves, meaning move another teacher to this grade level, or, they all felt comfortable in being able to get that done. Some principals even offered up that I've got a teacher that if you had to move them to another campus, we possibly could. I don't want to lose them, but I know that I don't have the students right now to support it. We've already taken those students that didn't show up off the rosters, So those roster levels should be coming down. But to Ms. McKinney's point that she brought up earlier, you'd be hard pressed to go to a campus right now and them feel like they're overstaffed or overwhelmed with students with no staffing on the way. We just don't have that scenario cooking.
I
We
figured
really-
it was random pockets where all of a sudden, like 30 fourth graders just all showed up on one campus, and all of a sudden, that it was just
Right.
those. So, but right now, they're thinking mostly internal rearrangement.
And there's another fifth grade, or third grade teacher who could be moved to the fourth grade level to decrease those numbers, and the principals are fully aware and have the authority to get that done. We typically don't start looking at overall leveling across the district from campus to campus until at least we're a week in.
Okay.
Students usually show up until Labor Day.
Yeah.
So we're going to see this fluctuation of an influx of students come till Labor Day. But I'd ask you to give us at least that amount of time before we start looking at classroom by classroom.
Okay.
Right now, the principals feel like they have it
Okay,
down.
no, that's great, because we filled all our elementary positions and we stopped hiring because we kind of had everybody. Everybody filled all their positions, and then just that fear that all of a sudden 1,000 more kids were going to roll in, and we could have hired more teachers, but we didn't have a reason to at the time because we didn't have the numbers. So I'm glad to hear we're not freaking out that we are short, I know there's still a few.
Words matter. We didn't fill all the elementary positions, neither did we fill all the middle school and you can look on your hiring report for tonight. It's on there. There's still a few vacancies, not a lot, but there's some
I
in
mean,
every one.
we've got some specialty positions.
Yes, ma'am.
That are just hard to fill, but it seemed like most, like those star classroom teachers.
HR
most
did
of
an
those.
excellent job.
So no, that makes me.
And our district and the principals went out and recruited heavily. They did a really good job.
Okay, that makes me very happy that it sounds like at least we're on the glide path that it can be fixed internally versus having to go back out and all of a sudden we're short 10 teachers or we're short 20.
I don't believe that's
Then
gonna
you're
be
trying
the
to hire
case.
people who are already on contract somewhere else. That's a much more challenging position. So I guess all the staff and the parents just bear with Dr. Fields for a week. We're working on it. Your kid may have come home and said there's 30 kids in their class, but there's a plan. We just got to see how many people show up in Mrs. Smith's class and, Mrs. Whoever's class. There's a plan. So have some patience with the district. And
We'll do another
principals
follow-up with
rearrange.
principals tomorrow and
And
see
if you're one of the teachers that's got 29 or 30 on, that showed up yesterday, the district's got you.
Yes,
All right, just hold down the fort for another week until we can figure out who's gonna move where type thing. But, we made that commitment. Right now, it looks like we're gonna be able to uphold it. It
I
looks
think
like
so.
we're gonna be able to follow through
I
on that
think so.
process, promise. So, okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Faulkner?
Just since this is, pertaining to staffing and the numbers, according to this, and of course, this is one area I just retired from, we have a very high number of special ed assistant positions that are unfilled. And I was just wondering, is there a plan in place? Because I'm seeing that a lot of them are at the same campus, which means it could possibly mean compliance issues. How is the district handling or recruiting, or what's the plan for getting these positions filled?
I will probably turn this over to Dr. Tagana and Mr. Ventura, but I can tell you that this isn't something as of late. The entire state is struggling right now in that area, and we've been aggressively out trying to recruit in those areas. And we're even asking current paraprofessionals that we have in the district if they would like to take on that responsibility. But Dr. Tagana, you got anything to add?
Yes, we, Ms. Armstead in our special education department, along with Dr. Toppin, have plans to help try to recruit and help try to spread positions and kind of look at campuses and where the need is and where the vacancies are. But Dr. Toppin can shed a
What are
lot more
those
light
plans?
on that.
I will also say that unlike the other positions that we do have in the district, our special ed teachers cannot be DOI teachers. That's a state law. And so that does kind of give us a little pause in what we're trying to do. So right now, I have been talking to Ms. Armstead every day since last week, because we are fully aware of the spots that we do need teachers and paraprofessionals in. And we are doing just like we would do on the regular ed side. We're looking at where we can move teachers from one campus to another in order to service children. We're collapsing classes at other campuses because they don't have a need for it, and moving that teacher to another one. But again, our numbers increased in SPED dramatically over the past year, and we're seeing it in our classrooms, but we're very cognizant. It's a number that we watch every day because we wanted to make sure SPED is near and dear to my heart as a mother, but also as the deputy soup that oversees SPED. But I definitely want to let you know that we are keeping a close eye on it, and we're moving every day. We're moving people just to make sure that we have the coverage that we need.
Any final questions? Okay. We'll move on to our next discussion item. This one is the Community Outreach Committee. Ms. Stanford.
Yes. I gathered some more information since the last meeting where I had some questions from colleagues and found that the other district that I'm aware of that I've talked to that's doing, other districts are doing this, but the one I've talked to does have all board members attend the community meetings. But we, of course, could be flexible. We don't have to follow in their footsteps. We can really do what we want. But I'm looking at this as an outreach to how can the community tell us they want us to be able to make Judson a really incredible, stellar district? What is their idea? What's their input that we can listen to regarding whatever their concerns are? And I've talked to a variety of community members now since last month. And there have been some, of course, that are not in favor of doing something that's just open to the public where they can come in and talk about what they want. Some people feel all you'd get is a complaint session. And then I've had quite a few emails, phone calls, and other discussions with people that feel it's worth pursuing. And they're interested in trying to get something like that going. So I came to the decision for where I stand is that it's worth giving it a try and give the citizens this option to come together and say what they want to say and get response from us. So it'd be citizens coming to be heard and responded to. I am feeling interest in the community, but I feel if we put it out there and we do it for a year and we don't get response, then we just don't continue it. But I'd like to give the citizens a chance to respond. So unless there are any other questions or comments, I was going to bring it. Go ahead, Jenny.
I have a question. So my understanding is if we're all there, then we have to have an agenda, and then it turns it into we can't respond to the community. And so, I'm not against the idea, but I think it may need to be if we had something like individual board members having town halls or something like that. I believe that the Open Meetings Act prevents us from doing it where we can respond to them if we are all there. But I applaud the intent of it is great, and I'm definitely supportive of having us be more visible in the community, but I think there are sometimes restrictions about how we do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe, Ms. Conner, you had a question? Go ahead.
My other concern would be if it's one or two of us there, let's say we went that route, then it comes out that those two people are speaking for the entirety of the board. And that's also an issue too. So it's not that we're not in favor of it. I think there are just some legal ramifications that we have to look at before we do something like this. I know that Mr. Macias has his own advisory committee for his particular district, and maybe that's something that could happen. Or, an individual member could have a coffee with the board member or something like that. But I just am thinking that there needs to be more research into how it would work with more than one board member.
Okay. Then I'll check into those things. Thank you for that input, and I'll bring it back next month.
And I'll add too that I did have a chance to talk with Southside ISD, who is doing this particular deal. And they do have the function led by administration, and the board is there, but that's where I feel maybe administration can be engaged in sort of this outreach. But I also know that we do a lot of outreach, and I think there was some input you were going to provide about what that looked like. Is there anything that you wanted to add to right now? No?
Well, I think, I apologize. Last time I called on Dr. Taganon, she spoke about numerous things that we do in terms
Okay.
of outreach in the district, as far as our different committees that we have. But I think we're covering it
No,
right now. But if this is something that the board wanted to move forward with, it would be the first that I've heard.
Sure.
That all the board members come up and then they're able to speak.
I think Ms. Stanford will bring forward some specifics on that, because again, we're still speaking in generalities.
Understood.
Ms. Rodriguez?
One thought I had is, now that we are a complete board, we're going to need to go through Team of 8 training. And I wonder if that's something that we could ask to be part of that training, is like, what are some best practices? What are some examples? Because I think TASB would be able to both weigh in on like the legalities of it, but then also talk about what are some strategies that high functioning board members do to have outreach to the community.
Yep, that's a possibility. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Okay.
Any final comments on this item? Okay, so now we're at the agenda item for updates on board training, conferences, events, and board committee updates. So I'll start to my left. Ms. Canoyer?
Thank you. I think I went to everything that everybody else went to, the new teacher, the block party, the convo. I did go to the Linebarger tax update, and it was a lot of information thrown at me really quickly, and I'm still working on trying to absorb it, but it was valuable. I was invited, I don't know if you know that one of our athletic directors, Mr. Pointer, Coach Pointer, his wife holds a series with the spouses of the coaches. And it's called Behind the Bench, because that person is a huge person of support for the coaches in our district. And they had their back to school behind the bench, and I was invited to come and speak and sit and meet with some of the coaches. And it was a really good experience to see them, and she had all kinds of gift bags and prizes and stuff for them, but it's a way for them to get together and commiserate with people that are not just from their campus, but from our other campuses. And so that was really good. And small world experience. I sat with a coach at Wagner who was a student at Elof when I taught there. So, you know, I love the Judson family. And I think that's it.
I'm sorry, is it all the wives, like from elementary, middle, and our high schools, or just the high schools?
It was the high schools, because they're the ones who do the most work, I think, in terms of after school, weekends, scouting, coaching, all that kind of
Road
stuff.
trips and all
So
that.
I don't recall there being any middle school people there, but there may have been.
Ms. Rodriguez?
I attended the block party and convocation, and those were great events. And much thanks to the Education Foundation and to our communications department for coordinating those.
We understand you're hours old, Ms. Faulkner, so we will.
I have not attended any other thing except the board meeting the other night. And tonight, the training I did have was its right hand on the, and we danced around. And then I learned that when past Mayor Pierce said something, I was to repeat it, not just my name. So that was the training I was, but I look forward to more training. It's a different view for me. I'm 31 years retired from teaching in June 30th. So this will be a new perspective for me on this side of the, you know, of what's going on. So I look forward to it.
Thank you. Ms. Ryan?
My button.
Oh my gosh, I was trying to go through my calendar and figure out where all I've been. Also was at the Lineberger legislative update with Suzanne. Yeah, we went through every line of the entire legislative update. And I got a really cool Lineberger, the world's biggest highlighter ever. So, let's see, some other things. Starting to get out and about with talking to a lot of the PTOs. So I've attended the Olympia PTO and I have a number of invites from other PTOs, because sometimes if you invite a board member, more people will show up because they think they get to ask board member questions. So I'm like, hey, if it helps up your membership, and do that. But they're all extraordinarily interested in the meetings we used to have up here at district with the PTO. So, and them being able to meet each other. So Selena's getting to know Hopkins, getting to know Olympia, getting to know Wortham, and sharing all those best practices. So I'll get with Nicole and we'll try and dig up what we used to do before COVID with that. Great job with Meet the Rockets at Judson High School. Looking forward to Suzanne was there too. Looking forward to Meet the Thunderbirds and Meet the Patriots coming up with those two. Big thanks to all the campuses for letting me wander around your campuses. I mean, huge thank you, Dr. West, for your tour at Park Village and giving me a little bit of understanding what blended learning is. And I'm so looking forward to understand more about that. Spend quite a bit of time at Copperfield at their Meet the Teachers, great big campus tour, Chalk the Walk with Mayor Suarez, and the whole police department, whole fire department was out there, so that was another great event. And I think my daughter and I hit 5 or 6 different schools Meet the Teachers, but it was just so awesome to see so many beautifully decorated classrooms, and it was excitements on teachers' faces, but it was the number of students who came back that didn't even necessarily go to school there anymore. There were a lot of middle schoolers and high schoolers rolling with their siblings into those elementary schools, running to go find their teachers. And watching those interactions were so precious. So getting those big, long elephant walks and everything at graduation all the way down to that elementary level, because, I mean, Judson is a family. People don't go anywhere. This is home. And so watching those families come in was probably the best part of going to those Meet the Teachers. And training I have coming up is I have professional development training at Region 20 in September. I don't know, I think it was about communication. I don't remember, it's late at night. I have that coming up, and then we're all gonna get ready for TASB. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Stanford.
Yep. I went with several other colleagues to the new teacher orientation, and it was great to see all those many, many new, happy, shiny faces, new to Judson. Some not new, but many new. Attended the Team of 8, the block party. The convocation was a lot of fun. Congratulations to Hopkins for winning the Spirit Stick. But I have to give a shout out to Park Village because they were loud and proud. We sat right in front of them and they really showed spirit. So congratulations to them. I also attended 12 hours of professional development with Dr. Johnson. She's a fantastic presenter. And the last section was especially impressive on classroom management. The teachers in the room were rapt with attention. It was some great advice, examples. It was so common sense, and yet just gave such a great sense of how can I make a classroom better? How can I deal with student situations, student behavior in a way that keeps it calmed down? After the class, people were so excited and interested. There was some discussion about having an ongoing Zoom meeting, and I thought that's brilliant, because if teachers could jump online and join a Zoom meeting and brainstorm some of the issues they've dealt with and get ideas back and forth, I think we could see an improvement in classroom management in the next year. Just over the course of 1 year, I think we'd see a drastic change. I don't know where that sits. I hope that you move forward with that. Thank you.
Ms. Eaton?
Let's see. We had convocation, Meet the Rockets, Team of 8 training, and the block party. And I did some Meet the Teacher. Did I say that already? Yeah, meet the teacher. That's it.
Thank you. And of course, I went everywhere. I was not at the Lineberger thing, and I've been there before, and once is enough. But I did obviously enjoy a lot of the activities that we had. I went to visit, meet the teachers at some of the schools in my district, and I found that to be a really engaging activity. I'm trying to schedule now a PTO sort of structure within my district for the elementary schools that are in my district. So it's been great. It's been busy. It's the start of the new year. I very much wanted to go fist bump some students and parents on the first day of school, but it's crazy the first day, so let me just wait till next week, and then I'll do that. But all in all, it's been an eventful month, and it's going to be a very busy month going forward as well. So with that, we've arrived at closed session. My calculations are we're 15 minutes behind what I thought we would be now, but we've had some really good discussion. So let me go ahead and get so the board will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, discussing personnel, the personnel report, updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments, and also the Director of Assessment. Also, B, pursuant to Government Code Section 551.076, deliberation regarding district audit report. Letter C, pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.076, discussing exemption of House Bill 3 mandate. We're now adjourned. Night.
It's a turn into D35, then that produces the email address. So when that happens, then that.
I just want to give it to you.
No problem, thanks.
The board will now reconvene in open session. The time is now 10:46. No final action or decision or vote was taken while the board was in closed session. Our first item is consider and take possible action regarding the personnel report and updates, including new hires, resignations, and administrative appointments, to include the director of assessment. Okay. That's the motion. Can I have a
I move
second?
that we approve the personnel report as presented in closed session.
All right, let me get us cleared to vote on that. Okay, go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. All right, the next agenda item is consider and take possible action regarding the district audit report for submission to the Texas School Safety Center. Can I have a second?
Second.
And just for technicalities, I move that we, that we accept the district audit report for submission. So, and you seconded it. All right, so let's go ahead and move forward. Whoops, hold on, hold up. Wrong button, guys. Okay, here we go. Okay, motion carries. And our final motion, I move that regarding the approval of the exemption for House Bill 3 mandate for one armed security officer for each campus, and as amended in our closed session. Okay. And then what I wanted to say before we cast the vote is that we did discuss that we will be actively seeking to add additional Judson ISD police officers as part of this initiative. So,
And I'd like to say that this exception just gives us time to make that happen. It's not about exempting us from the bill. So this is an exception and not an exemption.
well said. Thank you. All right, we can go ahead and vote. Okay. We have 6 yes and 1 no. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your time. We are now adjourned.